Alright, Chapter 1. Midnight. The witching hour. A time when most people are tucked into their beds, or at the very least, safely, if I pronounce stuff wrong, I'm sorry, ensconced behind locked doors. I feel like mispronouncing words is very common in, when it comes to reading, because we just kind of pronounce it in our heads how we think it is, but we never actually, look to, try to see what it actually is. So, okay, sorry. That was just a sidebar. Alright. I'm not most people, not by a long shot. Instead of secure walls and windows enclosing me, I was surrounded by tall trees and overgrown brush. Driving my wooden wagon on a nearly forgotten road at the base of the hooded mountain, the ancient forest, prolific and dense, turned the dusty road into a tunnel, with only a small break far above to allow a fraction of the light from the full moon to enter. The gloominess didn't bother me for a couple reasons. For starters, I had my lantern hanging on a hook to the left of me, and as it swung slightly with the motion of the wagon, it emitted a warm glow. The other reason was a bit harder to explain. The woods on either side of me were silent, unnaturally so. Having spent a good amount of my life in forests such as this one, I knew I should hear the nocturnal activities of various woodland denizens. Instead of crickets chirping, frogs cheeping, and owls hooting, the only sounds reaching my ears were the muffled clip-clop of Humbert, the aging dapple gray Percheron horse in front of me, and the creaking of the wagon he pulled. I remained alert in the eerie quiet, keeping all of my senses open and active. And suddenly, I heard it, off to my right, a good half-mile away, a long, low to high primitive melody that could only be one thing, the howl of a wolf. It was music to my ears. My companion within the wagon must have heard it too, for the old wooden vessel gave a great lurch to the side, nearly taking two of the wheels off of the ground. The lantern swayed dangerously by my head, forcing me to lunge to the side. I pulled on the reins quickly. "Whoa, Humbert," I called. The large horse complied immediately, the rhythmic staccato of his hooves ending abruptly. His ears flicked, but he remained placid as usual. Any other horse would have spooked at the sound of howls, but Humbert wasn't easily spooked, which made him an excellent employee. He was, however, most likely annoyed at working late into the night, so I made a mental note to reward his overtime with extra honeyed oats later. The recently stopped wagon should have been motionless, but now it shuddered violently from side to side. I set the reins down and steadied the lantern, but by my head as best as I could while trying to keep myself balanced upon my seat. I opened the hatch to the interior behind me and surveyed the pitch black inside. "Calm down, won't you?" I admonished the darkness within. A low, deep growl answered me. I rolled my eyes in exasperation as I relatched the hatch and got down from the seat. At least my rebuke had worked, because the wagon had stopped rocking. I smoothed out my trousers and vest and quickly stretched my back to work out some kinks that I had taken a company during the wagon ride. Because I am short, I had to use the step of the wagon to reach my lantern. But once I had it off the hook, I made my way to the rear of the wagon. My wagon was of simple design, basically a box with no windows. I obtained it I obtained it used, so I'm not sure what its original intent was, but I'm fairly certain it had been a hearse at one time, because it was just long enough to store something approximately coffin-sized. I never painted anything on the side because I prefer not to advertise my services. I liked having the element of mystery on my side. The back was comprised of double doors, again with no windows. They were latched, but the lock was not engaged at the moment. In the alcove above the doors was another lamp hook. It took me standing on the ladder and reaching as far up as I could to hook the lantern upon it, but I had gotten surprisingly good at that maneuver. With my hands once again free, I placed one on the latch. Intense energy on the other side radiated, just waiting to burst out. "Please, don't go charging off," I called out. "Give me a moment to gather my things, at least." A faint woof, woof sounded through the doors. I mulled over how to interpret the sound. Resignation with a heavy dose of frustration? I nodded to myself, convinced of my understanding and satisfied by said sound, and slid the hatch over. Sorry, give me a break. Give me a minute. I flung the doors open and leapt out of the way as a very large, dark mass bounded out of the wagon and started sniffing the air. With my companion out of the wagon, I quickly jumped into the open back and, opening the shallow cabinet on the wall, found the silver shackles in their right place. I grabbed them, clipped them to my belt, slid back out, and relatched the wagon. While I doubted any thieves were out here, I also locked it. My companion regarded me with impatient yellow eyes while I did this task. He growled again, very low in his throat. This, I knew, was not a threat, despite its intensity, but rather a frustration over having to wait. I ignored him while I slipped the key back into my vest pocket. I was used to his impatience. The eerie howl once again reverberated through the forest, electrifying the both of us. Meeting his eyes, I gave a nod of my head, and my companion instantly tore off into the woods. I followed. He, of course, was much faster than me, and I almost instantly lost sight and sound of him. But I wasn't worried. He had long since worked out a system in which he would purposely dig his claws into the ground as he ran, leaving a noticeable trail of the dresses for me to follow in his wake. Tonight was no different. Although I had left the lantern back at the wagon and the light of the full moon wasn't strong enough to penetrate to the forest floor, I had little problem seeing the trail of freshly disturbed dirt and leaves. After all, my night vision is better than any human's I know. In situations such as this, time is always of the essence. I ran along the trail at a steady pace, keeping my senses alert to avoid low-hanging branches and fallen limbs in my path. While my soft and comfortable leather boots pounded a quiet rhythm on the forest floor, the silver shackles jangled and bounced against my trousers as an accompaniment. The faint trail led upward through the forest of a mild incline, which made me thankful I was in shape. Perhaps 7 minutes into the forest, my ears picked up the first sounds of an altercation. I quickened my pace, adrenaline sharpening my reflexes that much more. I burst through some shrubs and into a small clearing at the top of the hill, the sudden light of the full moon momentarily dazzling me. I paused to adjust to the light, panting mildly. As soon as my vision cleared, I saw I had reached my target. 2 large canine bodies took up the middle of the clearing, rolling together in fierce battle. I couldn't distinguish who was who as they tumbled about, snarling, biting, and clawing their way to hopeful victory. As I watched, the massive limbs separated enough for me to make out the opposing forces. One, a massive black, shaggy ball of canine anger, and the other a slightly larger, gray, wolf-like creature whose limbs rippled with muscle. They were my cohort and our quarry, the werewolf. I seen a few such skirmishes over the past year. But, like every other time, I couldn't help but admire the form of the 2 components involved, especially the werewolf. While werewolves were terrifying monsters, the savage elegance of such beasts was something I could appreciate from afar. This particular individual was no different. About the size of a small horse, the lycanthrope, I think that's how you say it, moved with a deadly, predatory grace. Its lupine snout snarled at my companion, showing off pointed, pearly teeth in the moonlight. The limbs of the beast were a mix between a canine and human, slightly longer in the back and the front ending in what could pass as hands. To the casual observer, it would appear to be a fair fight. I knew better than that, though. While the lycanthrope had size and ferocious strength to its advantage, the other had cunning and stamina. Already, I could discern the supernatural creature was trying. Finally, with one last slobbery and exhausted howl, the werewolf backed away from the fight, a clear sign of surrender. My companion, however, refused to acquiesce. When the werewolf turned its back to flee, the black canine leapt onto said back and clamped its large jaws around the neck of the wolf creature. Sorry. Need a little drink. With a mighty groan, the lycanthrope collapsed under the weight of its unrelenting tormentor. With its neck still held in the vice of the black beast above it, it gave a whimper. Shuddering once, the wolf-like body began to change. It shrank into itself as hair became sparse, and muzzle, tail, and claw appendages morphed into something much more innocuous. I'm sorry, guys. After 15 seconds, the mighty and terrifying werewolf was gone. In its stead lay a relatively hairy, yet balding, middle-aged man, naked and shivering with fear on his face, was pressed into the soil by the weight of the beast that still held his neck in its jaws. I had stayed at the edge of the clearing the entire time the fight had ensued, my presence unneeded. But now it was my turn to act. I approached the scene boldly, opening the silver shackles as I went. My companion met my eyes as I advanced, and he silently shifted his body to one side to expose both arms of the man. Keeping his grip on his neck, all the while, swiftly I grabbed the man's left arm and collapsed the cuff over his wrist, before reaching across to do the same to his other arm, shackling them together behind his back. Only when I gave a nod did my companion release the neck, but he stayed hovering over the shaking form. The man stayed frozen for a heartbeat more before slowly raising himself to his knees, still facing away from me. I unclasped the next shackle and slowly fitted to the back of his slobbery neck. As I latched it with a concluding click, I spoke a mesmerized speech in my best authoritative voice. Edward James Collier, you are under arrest for the murders of Jonathan Mayer, Agatha Mayer, Colin Mayer, Lance Dubois, Carlotta Hensey, and Vance, and for the wanton destruction of property in the form of 3 separate flocks of sheep in the houses of the Mayer family and the Hensey family. Upon hearing my statement, the naked man fell forward onto his face and sobbed loudly for his prostrate position. I didn't know, he cried into the dirt. God, please forgive me. I am not God, nor am I one of his agents, Mr. Collier, I responded with harsh glibness. It is not my job to weigh your soul against your actions, but merely to bring you in for others to do so. At this, the hapless man stilted a beat, and then craned his neck to the side to look at him for the first time. He had obviously failed to notice the delicate timbre of my voice during my arrest speech, but it seemed to register with him after my second comment. He stared at me with frank confusion. Then, to my amusement, terror. But you are a... Who are you? He shifted his body to one side to get a better look at me. A warning growl came from behind him, and the man froze. More shakily, he asked with a slight whimper, "And what is that thing?" I get this reaction a lot. We are an unusual pair. After all, I kept my face stern and authoritative without a hint of a smile that threatened to surface, and drew myself upward. Right. I am Crescenda Curtin, professional bounty hunter, Mr. Collier, and this, I gestured behind him with a wave of my hand, is my business partner, Grim. He is a lichen hound. Mr. Collier blanched noticeably in the moonlight at the breed's name. I nodded at his reaction. No doubt you thought them a myth, yes? As you can attest, he is very real, and he is still very angry, Mr. Collier, so I would not try any funny business if I were you. As if to authenticate my words, Grim growled low at the man, showing off his impressive teeth in the moonlight. The captured man flinched again, and I could immediately tell he carried no notions of funny business. This was a beaten man. He cringed and sobbed some more. Resting his face on the clearing floor, I knew he wouldn't dream of reverting back to werewolf form, even if the silver shackles hadn't been physically preventing this. Very good, Mr. Collier, I continued. It is my business to deliver you to the sheriff of Veridel, in which the 4 mentioned crimes were committed. Once I deliver you, our business is concluded. Now then, we have a bit of a walk ahead of us. Are your legs still sound? Yes? Good. I understand that your tussle with Grim was left you winded, but I suspect you won't delay us too much. He shook his head earnestly. Grim took 2 steps back to give the man some maneuvering room. Bound as he was, Mr. Collier had lost all of the grace he had possessed with his light, throbbing body, so in the end, I had to grab him under an arm to help hoist him to his bare feet. Once he was steady, I motioned for him to follow my lead. With Grim bringing up the rear, we began our trek back to the wagon. Just another successful job. Oh, sorry. Alright. Sorry, let me just see something. Okay. I did forget to mention, with this being on, I will be posting this later on, obviously, on YouTube, but the author did ask me to only put the first couple chapters on YouTube. As far as I know, she's okay with the rest of the book being streamed since it's not like being saved for people to find later. But on YouTube, yeah. So, alright, let's continue. Alright. Walking downhill with a naked man whose hands were secured behind his back and who did not possess night vision or even callous feet made the hike back to the wagon a long one indeed. My bounty was a small-statured man, but his recent diet of numerous flocks of sheep and a few people had caused him to bulk out substantially. Twice Edward Cullen stumbled on the path, and twice he was saved by my quick reflexes as I turned to catch him as he fell into me. Both times I had to push him by his hairy chest back into an upright position. I found it rather distasteful, with all the dirt and slobber mashed into his plentiful, wiry chest hairs. To his credit, Mr. Cullen did not complain during the journey, and even thanked me when I prevented his falling each time. I went slow, mindful of his condition. The night was beginning to take its toll on me, however, and I was very happy when at last I could discern the end of our trek. Funny enough, Mr. Cullen did not notice his lack of clothing until we got to the road's edge, which was bathed in the soft glow of the wagon's lamp. By this time, I was already on the road, making a beeline for the wagon and eager to be done with this part of the business. I stopped, however, sensing no movement behind me, and turned to see the nude man still standing at the edge of the road, trying to hide his genitalia behind a bush and blushing furiously. Even with Graham giving him a subtle nudge with his cold, wet nose on his bare behind, Mr. Cullen didn't budge. Apparently, the presence of the light had reminded Mr. Cullen of his nudity and the fact that he was in the company of a lady, even if she was a bounty hunter. I rolled my eyes and sighed with exasperation. Mr. Cullen, I am flattered by your modesty, but I cannot assure you that in this time of work I have seen such fare as yours, and it does not offend, nor does it tantalize me in any way. Now, there is a blanket waiting for you in the wagon, so if you please. But he did not please. Even with the threat of the lichen dog at his backside, he refused to move. I'm a lifelong bachelor, miss, he stated with more gumption than I had given him credit for, and I won't add indecent exposure in front of a member of the fair sex, especially one so young and pretty as yourself, to my list of sins. In the end, I retrieved the blanket from the wagon and walked it over to the man, making sure not to offend his sense of propriety, by keeping my eyes on his face. I made sure to give him my best glare as I wrapped the blanket carefully around his midsection, taking care to make as little contact with his skin as possible. Now that he was properly covered, Mr. Cullen offered no more resistance and meekly followed me to the wagon, clumsily climbed into the back. I took the lamp off its pole and placed it on a hook inside the wagon, illuminating the interior. The unfortunate man had already hunched himself into a corner where a plush mat was placed. Sorry. I must inform you that Graham will be riding him back with you, I told him with a touch of gentleness. As long as you behave yourself, I guarantee no harm will befall you while you are in our care. He said nothing but nod without looking at me. A barely discernible whimper escaped his lips. The pouchy man had started to shiver. Now that his lycanthropy had been temporarily nullified by the silver shackles, and his blood had cooled to a human temperature. Mr. Collier, naked and trembling, with filth covering his body and his head hanging low, looked quite pathetic. I felt a pang of sympathy for him before recalling the many people he had killed and eaten in various murderous rampages during the 3 nights when the moon was fullest. I turned to met Grim's eyes. Sound asleep, the black dog jumped into the wagon. I studied my partner for a second, checking for noticeable injuries from the fight. Nothing stood out as obviously wrong, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Satisfied with my quick inspection, I latched and locked the double doors, and then hoisted myself into the driver's seat. Humbert, who had been snoozing patiently during our absence, shook his head once and started to move the instant my hand got a hold of the reins. He knew where to go. The reins were nothing more than a symbolic gesture. I sighed heavily and leaned back against the wagon, letting my mind wander and my senses relax a bit. The pockmarked road led us on a slow decline, the density of the trees starting to thin as we descended altitude. It was very early in morning. Sunrise would occur in a handful of hours. It had been a productive night, but we weren't finished yet. I could only hope that the sheriff of Veridale would handle things efficiently so that I could collect our reward. Drive to a secluded spot, revert to my true form, and purr myself into a deep and deserving sleep. Oh yes, I forgot to mention, I'm a cat.
Okay. Chapter 2. The world I live in is not the same as yours, but rather a sister dimension. Being such, there are many similarities, true, but vast differences as well. One of the biggest differences is the fact that in my world, magic exists, and things that are regarded as myths and legends in your realm, are very real here. Werewolves and vampires? They are ordinary nuisances here, and the only reason other dimensions even know of their existence is that on occasion our worlds can connect. For instance, about 100 years ago, a man from your world opened a temporary gateway to mine, and for some reason gifted us with free energy. That man, Tesla, changed our world in a big way. As it is, we still don't have much use for our highly advanced technological capabilities because some of the population is gifted with a variety of magical talents. Some small, some big. These talents can often replace the need for technology. Why invent a fancy icebox when you can use an enchanted entropy-free box to keep your groceries fresh? Or what use is there for heavy farming machinery when people are gifted with plant manipulation? The types of magic are as varied as the people who wield them. Spellcasting, enchanting, elemental magic, mind magic, and innate magic, just to name the common ones. Magic is simply a way of life here, and magic users of all types live side by side with the mundane. It's usually no big deal. But on occasion, magic can be a very big deal. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, approximately 500 years ago, on the eastern coast of Vinland, there lived a witch of frightening power. She was known as Annie Caudle, and her reputation induced fear in even the bravest of souls. Annie did not use any of her magical ability to benefit anyone else, but rather for her own interests. Now, it is common knowledge in my world that witches with a certain threshold of magical talent have the ability to summon to themselves a being of energy. These beings, once arriving in our plane of existence, create a body for themselves.
which always takes the form of a small animal. House cats being the most popular model for some reason. These beings are known as familiars. Annie had powers in spades, and so it took her no time at all to summon her own familiar, a cat spirit by the name of Glivier. Now, familiars are usually emotionally attached to their witches, protecting them from unwanted attention and aiding in their spells. Annie, though, was into cheap labor. Instead of treating Glivier as an equal or protector, the witch swiftly downgraded the familiar status into nothing more than a slave. There is only so much that an ethereal cat can do around the house, even with magical talent, and Annie wanted Glivier to do all the dirty work, quite literally. So, the old witch devised a spell that turned Glivier into a human woman at Annie's will. That way, Glivier was forced to do all the cleaning, cooking, ingredient gathering, and basic spell preparations while Annie focused on her one and only aspiration, world dominionship. The witch proved to be quite adept at the one thing she set her mind to. Annie Caudle quickly turned her small corner of the country into a hellhole. Magic users began to die of mysterious circumstances, and mundane people lived in fear of enslavement and harsh punishment. Corpses withered. Even the mighty forests began to die as Annie's influence over the natural realm stripped the trees of their organic magic, and her evil influence spread ever wider and at an alarming pace. But there is one little detail that she overlooked. To say that Annie's relationship with her familiar was an unhealthy one would be an understatement. Glivier despised Annie from the moment the witch forced her into a woman's body. While in this state, the familiar was stripped of her powers and vulnerable. To make matters worse, Glivier was hardly ever allowed to revert to her cat form as Annie's kept her constantly busy. This angered Glivier to no end, but Annie, bent on enslaving the planet, was too busy to notice her slave's feelings. Give me a second. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, where were we? Okay. One day, as the witch perfected her immortality potion, for what fun was ruling the world if you had to die someday, Glivier made a simple potion of her own. Annie swiftly finished her recipe, unaware of her familiars going on, and feeling generous, allowed Glivier to change back into a cat. This was the moment Glivier was waiting for. While Annie Caudle ladled her precious potion into a mug and began to sip it ritualistically, Glivier murmured a few words over her own concoction and activated its magical qualities. Then, as Annie tipped the dregs of her potion into her greedy, wide-open mouth, Glivier propelled her potion into the witch's face. The majority coursed down her throat. The results, they say, were fantastic, but I don't know the specifics. What I do know is even though Annie Caudle managed to drink enough of her potion to achieve everlasting life, Glivier's actions banished her to another dimension where she could no longer do harm in this world. Before she left, Annie vowed she would find a way back from her banishment and finish the job she started. Glivier was no dummy. She knew Annie meant what she said. So she used a little-known tool that familiars possesses to create a prophecy. By Gliver's blood, the witch is bound. By Gliver's word, the witch must obey. So long as the daughters of Gliver remain, so long as the cat that walks as a woman lives, the witch Annie Cottle can never return. Gliver, sacrificing the last of her power, stole the shape-shifting spell from Annie and internalized it, successfully allowing Gliver to change from cat to human and back again at will. Aside from this new magical ability, Gliver lost all her power. She ceased to be a familiar and became a mortal cat. It was the price to pay for freeing the world of evil Tryany. Sorry, guys. Despite the amount of abuse Annie Cottle had heaped upon Gliver, the witch had kept her familiar a fierce guarded secret. Nobody knew of her existence, either as a cat or a human. Gliver could not have waltzed into society as a mortal cat, for no one would have been able to understand that Annie was truly gone. No, Gliver needed to access her human side, which was why the shape-shifting spell was worth her immortality. She wasted a little time in setting out in her human form to spread the word of her successful banishment of Annie Cottle, changing her name to Gilva. She claimed to be the powerless slave of the witch who happened to be lucky enough to learn of a way to dispose of Annie during her imprisonment. Her story spread far and wide, and it wasn't long before the hands of state lauded her as a hero. It also wasn't long before men came out of the woodwork to ask for her hand in marriage, for Gilva's human form was quite lovely to look upon, and her status had skyrocketed. Popularity and beauty made her quite the catch, but love wasn't exactly a factor in any of these proposals. Give me 1 second. Just a little drink break. Alright. Sorry about that, guys. I've been told that the reason why I lost my voice last time because I didn't hydrate enough, but so we'll see. Okay. Gilva, of course, knew that the prophecy required her to bear offspring in order to keep Annie at bay. What she didn't know was that sometimes prophecies take on a life of their own and form some of their own rules. In this particular case, the requirement was that Gilva could only procreate with a man that was her one true love. It didn't happen overnight, but eventually, Gilva did indeed find a suitor worthy of the title. She married him and had a very happy 3 months with him before learning the next rule. Since she was a cat first and foremost, it was of the utmost importance that she reverted back to her true form every now and then. This was of course done in secrecy as her husband did not know of her true state. One day, Gilva told her beloved that she was going to take a stroll through the woods, a pastime she often used as an excuse to get some alone time. Once safely away from any prying eyes, she shifted back into her cat self and spent a wonderful hour hunting and forelicking. When she tried to change back, though, she was unable to. Instinctively, she knew the reason why. She was pregnant. A developing embryo must stay the same species as its mother, and changing forms during growth could cause severe damage to the budding life in the womb once it was past the single cell stage. With this logic, it only made sense that the mother's body would have a built-in mechanism sorry, to deny shapeshifting during the entire pregnancy. Gilver, for she still identified with that name as a cat, was a bit saddened by this revelation. She had not properly said goodbye to her husband. She had to settle for approaching him while he worked outside and rubbing up affectionately against his leg. He in turn gently nudged her away and shooed her from his sight, unaware that this would be his last glimpse of his wife. Approximately 9 weeks later, Gliver developed a healthy female kitten. She was once again able to transform into Gilva, but she was no longer felt there was a reason to. Her daughter, upon reaching maturity at 8 months, obtained the ability to shapeshift as well, and thus the lineage of Gliver came to be. Which brings me to, me. Cressida. Sorry, I had to remember how to pronounce it. Cressida Curtin. Am the last in a very long line of feline shapeshifters. I am the latest descendant of the familiar Gliver. And if the prophecy from 500 years ago is to be believed, I am the only thing standing in the way of Annie's caudal return. No pressure, right? I was born 2 years and almost 6 months ago in a long abandoned barn in the woods, a tiny kitten of pure white, save for 2 small black markings resting between my ears on my forehead. My mother raised me there, catching a variety of rodents and birds for her own sustenance while I was still nursing, and then teaching me the feline art of hunting as I got older. She also taught me about humans and their rules, laws, etiquette, and all other important tidbits. Even though I had never even met a human before, Mom also told me stories of how she could shapeshift into one, and how I would too when I became old enough. I begged her to change into a human for me to see, but she never did. At times, I felt like the whole humanity thing was all a big lie my mother would have told me. But when I was around 8 months old, I woke up one day feeling different. I had been maturing from a fuzzy blue-eyed kitten into a sleeker, medium-haired cat with a wonderfully fluffy tail. At that moment, I had crossed an invisible threshold, one that forever bared me the kittenhood and ushered in the primitive maturity of teenagedom. That day, Mom led me to a small clearing in the woods, far away from any prying eyes. She took a deep breath, and her form shimmered before me. I could no longer see her in the indistinguishable glow that lasted just a mere second before the shimmer enlarged and went away. Standing before me was an unusual creature, a human. Despite her vast change in appearance, I knew she was still my mother. Excited to try for myself, I concentrated on changing shape. From my open eyes, I could see the shimmer happening, and then suddenly, I was much taller than I had ever been in my young life. Concentrating again, I managed to transform back into a cat. I practiced all day that day until I had perfected my transformation. Once I had mastered that, it was time for my mom to up my studies, which included learning to speak in the human language common to this region, reading and writing as a human. And throughout my first year of life, there was one lesson upon which my mother placed the most emphasis. I must keep my true nature a secret. No one can know what I truly am. She broke it down into 3 simple and easy to remember rules. 1. Always pretend to be a plain, mundane human. 2. Never shift if any human can see you. 3. If you screw up 1 and 2, never give them the whole story. Now, I'll be the first to admit that I have already broken the first 2 rules with 2 humans, but the third is still intact. And, of course, Grim knows the whole truth, but he's a dog. I asked my mom why I must live in secrecy, and her comment was that while Annie has never returned since her banishment, there may still be some unsavory characters out there who are hell-bent on trying to destroy the prophecy and allow Annie Caudle to return. And there's one other time where I'm allowed to break the rules, if I wish. When I find the one man that is my true love, I could tell him. But I am nowhere near ready for that level of commitment. I'm still young, I have time, and it's best not to dwell on those types of things. After all, I have a business to run. Alrighty. Well, that was chapter 2. Give me 1 second again. Alrighty. So, does anybody have any thoughts on chapter 2 yet? My thoughts, I love the backstory actually. It's very, very good so far. I like it. Makes sense and whatnot. So yeah, sorry for all the, pronunciations or whatever. I do think I did a little bit better this time. Anyways, sorry. I'm trying to figure out a good way to set up my thing. I may change how I do things. How I set up my set stuff or whatever. Let's see. Alright. So I don't have any other thoughts really. I do think it's good so far, because that stuff we kind of do need, the backstory of our character, who apparently can turn into a cat. So she's a shapeshifter. So cool. Alright. So I guess we'll just continue to chapter 3. My voice is still doing good, so Oh, huh. I am so sorry, guys. Apparently, my mic was muted. Sorry about that. As stated before, I'm checking back in on the chats because I can't have my Kindle pulled up at the same time. So sorry about that. Okay, I'll start again. Chapter 3. Good thing we didn't get very far. Okay. It was still dark, of course, as Humbert and the wagon made their way down the mountain road. But with the full moon and my magically sensitive eyes, I could see well enough to be at ease. The dense trees that had enclosed the road for so long finally began to taper off, giving way to shrub and farmland on either side. While Annie Cottle and Gliver had resided in the eastern portion of the country of Vinland, at some point in the last 500 years, my ancestors had traveled west. I was born in the Araucan region, about 100 miles inland from the vast Saronic Ocean. I might have been a bit biased being a native and all, but I surmised this area of the country to be one of the prettiest, especially with the hooded mountains looming close by. I let my tired mind wander as I took in the scenery. We reached Veradel in an hour from where we had approached our quarry. To call Veradel a town was to give it more status than it deserved. There was a simple wooden sign on the outskirts engraved with the words, "Welcome to Veradel. Population 300. The engraving had once sported bright colors, but most of the paint had peeled off and faded away. Humbert followed the road as it became the main and only drag through the Little Bird. A tiny oval village, green split the lane in two at the very heart of the town. At the widest point sat a handful of businesses, a post office, a police station, and a grocery store on one side, with a restaurant, a general store, a bar, and a church on the other side. I noted with a small amount of amusement that the bar and church were next door They were next door neighbors. I wonder if that had been planned. A small number of houses surrounded these buildings before giving way to farms and sheep's fields on either side. The town greenhoused a quaint, tall clock upon an iron post, the most interesting focal point of the entire place. The clock told me the time was 3:29 in the morning. I fervently hoped that someone was working at the police station at this hour. It wouldn't be the first time that I would have to knock on doors to wake people up in these micro towns. That didn't mean I enjoyed doing it. Thankfully, as I rounded the green and slowed Humbert to a stop in front of the police station, I spied a light within. With the strict laws enforcing the use of free energy, I surmised nobody would be stupid enough to waste their allotment by leaving the light on without anybody working there. Humbert fully came to a stop. Blowing a great, horsey sigh from his lips, it had been a long night for him, I thought with a pang of guilt. I got down from my perch and stretched some of the kinks out of the spine once again, leaving Grim and Mr. Collier in the wagon. I pushed open the peeling beige wooden door and entered the station. There was someone working there, but he was fast asleep at the front desk. Given his youth, he must have been a deputy working the graveyard shift. Occasional werewolf aside, I bet there wasn't much need for round-the-clock enforcement in a town so small. I surmised he was only here tonight due to special circumstances. I could hardly fault the man for sleeping on the job, but I was weary myself and wanted to end this business as quickly as possible. A tarnished bell rested on the counter. I struck it smartly, and it let out an alarming, clear, and loud ding. The young man, startled at the sound, and nearly tumbled off his chair. He barely glanced around before resting eyes on me. Upon seeing me, he leapt to his feet in a rather uncoordinated way. He ran a hand around his belt to check that his shirt was properly tucked in before fixing his full attention on me. His eyes leapt straight to my hair and stayed glued there for far too long. Ah, yes, the stare. I was well used to it by now. My unusual magical genetics translated my medium-length white feline fur into straight, fine hair of a practically white platinum blonde shade that fell just below the tops of my shoulders. But because my true form had those two black spots marking my forehead, my human counterpart's locks included two jet black streaks that grew just above my temples at the hairline. For someone with such pale hair, the streaks were incredibly noticeable and rather jarring. Most strangers assumed I dyed my hair that way on purpose. And if it wasn't my hair that caught looks, it was my eyes. They retained the vivid sky blue shade of my cat form, a color that was highly unusual in a human. Coupled with the fact that my lashes and eyebrows were a darker shade than my platinum hair, my eyes really stood out. I suppose this, along with a petite 5'3" stature, wiry, athletic build, had generally led to me being labeled by humans as cute. It was mostly a distinct downside for my chosen profession, unfortunately. I quite allowed the deputy's visual perusal as his brain slowly warmed back up. Still mentally dusting off the cobwebs and obviously at a loss, he finally mumbled, can I help you, ma'am? I hated the word ma'am. It never failed to make me feel old. I was anything but old, but I ignored it and smiled as sweetly as I could, albeit with too much teeth showing. I spoke to Sheriff Jones earlier today, and I have a delivery for him. Could you get him for me? The deputy only stared with obvious befuddlement, allowing his mouth to gape and close like a cart without emitting a word. I rolled my eyes in weary expiration, leaning towards the deputy with the toothless smile I could muster. I initiated with a slight growl. Get the sheriff. I paused and added, please. He must have seen the metaphorical blood in my eyes, for the young man jumped up and with a curt, yes ma'am, and ran out the door. I sighed, stretched my arms above my head, and then waited as patiently as I could. I didn't dare sit on the only other chair provided, exhausted as I was. To give the deputy credit, I did not have to wait long. Sheriff Jones, blurry-eyed and scruffy, came in with a younger man at his heels. He was a large man, not fat, but large in body and presence. I made eye contact with the sheriff, who gave me a little nod. Miss Curtin, he boomed. To what do I owe the pleasure this time? I figure after a little talk yesterday, I wouldn't be graced with your presence again. He was referring to the previous afternoon when I showed up to discuss the bounty on Mr. Collar. His little talk consisted of assuring me that the problem would be handled by a professional very soon and not to get involved because, and I quote, I would hate to see that pretty face of yours get mangled. My response to the clear misogyny was to ask the man if the bounty was still open, and if so, to make sure it would be rewarded with all fairness once it was claimed. He did verify this to be true. I left without punching him in the face to take a nap before I drove out to the last known whereabouts of the werewolf. A very professional approach, if I do say so myself. Now, from the vest pocket, I pulled out the crinkled sheet of paper with Mr. Collier's mugshot on it. I unfolded it before showing it to Jones. I have your men. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I have your men, Sheriff. I've come to collect. The sheriff blinked at the dozzer before looking at me. You have him? Give me 1 second. We're going to do a quick water break. Let me know if the music is still playing. I don't mind it. I just don't want the music to be super loud. It could play and stuff. So just let me know. Alright. We will continue on to chapter 3 with the rest of chapter 3. Alright. I suppressed my urge to strangle the man. Sheriff, I was trying to tell you this afternoon that despite my ginger, age, and my looks, and despite still being a bit fresh to my chosen occupation, I am a professional. Meaning, your job has been handled just as you had hoped. The big man rubbed the back of his neck. Now, miss, no need to take offense. If what you say is true, then I'll admit I was wrong. That's awfully big of you, sir. But, he held up a hand to ban me from interrupting. Seeing is believing. Let's have a peek at the man, shall we? I nodded, annoyed that my word wasn't enough, but pleased that I was about to make him metaphorically eat his hat. Sometimes I had to celebrate the little wins. I folded up the wanted poster and placed it in my pocket. Sheriff Jones motioned for his deputy, who had been standing uselessly to the side. Bloom, you come too. We might need an extra a set of hands. Deputy Bloom jumped at his name, but dutifully followed us outside to my wagon. A canine huff emitted from within, followed by a low growl. The noise was just loud enough with enough of a threat behind it that both men stopped well away from my wagon. I rolled my eyes again. It's just my partner, I explained, marching up to the wagon with no fear. As I unlocked the back door, I said, "Cool it," to Grim. The interior of the wagon quieted immediately. I opened the doors and allowed some space for Grim to jump out. He soundlessly and obediently trotted to me and sat by my side. Your partner? Deputy Bloom mimicked my words with disbelief in his words. He hadn't been around in the afternoon like the sheriff had, and therefore hadn't met Grim yet. This was a reaction that we encountered on a regular basis. Grim and I, for starters, lichen Huns are not easy to ignore. Despite belonging to the hound group, lichen hounds more resemble border collies, with a slightly squarish long muzzle, 3/4 pricked ears, shaggy fur, and intelligent yellow eyes, except they were all black. Slightly leggier and much, much bigger than a collie. Grim was 3 feet tall, just at his shoulders. He had also perfected his "don't mess with me" demeanor, and smart people tended to keep their distance. And to be partnered with me, a petite young woman, well, the visual juxtaposition seemed to blow people's minds. So, I just nodded as the deputies incredulously questioned, shrugged my shoulders and nonchalantly, and then ignored him. It was my go-to response. I gestured to the sheriff to check out my catch. Sheriff Jones gave Grim a nervous look but strolled over to peer into the wagon's interior. Mr. Collier had barely moved from his hunched position in the far corner of the wagon. He turned his head to meet the sheriff's gaze. Hello, Gordon, he stammered. Sheriff Jones sighed at the greeting. He seemed to deflate a little at the sight within the wagon. Ed, he responded, although more to himself. Straightening, the sheriff turned to me, nodded his head, then called out, Bloom, grab the man out of there and bring him into the station. Deputy Bloom didn't move. He only blinked once, glanced at me, then settled his full attention on Grim before peering at the wagon with a look of dread on his face. Grim seemed to sense his trepidation and let out a soft growl, adding fuel to the profitable fear fire. Bloom turned white. Sir? He stammered. It's safe, Bloom. Get a move on, Jones ordered. The younger man finally listened to his boss and moved. Albeit reluctantly, he cast another look in my direction. I couldn't discern what made him more nervous, Grim or the has-been werewolf. My partner won't hurt you, and the werewolf is harmless at the moment. He can't murph with the shackles on, I informed him. With that information, Bloom moved with a bit more confidence. While he crawled into the back of the wagon, I noticed the town had started to come awake at the commotion. Sleepy, disheveled citizens formed a ring around us. Sheriff Jones beckoned to a boy of around 12 years of age over to his side. Andy, go fetch Amelia, he told the boy in a low tone. Tell her we need the potion. The boy nodded, wide-eyed, and cast a glance at the wagon before sprinting off. Jones turned back to the wagon. My boy, he informed me without a glance in my direction. I made a small noise in my throat as a means of acknowledgement. Bloom finally managed to guide the shackled collier out of the back of the wagon, having reapplied the blanket around the naked man's waist. The gathering crowd murmured amongst themselves. Grim by my side growled deeply, drawing attention back to himself. The crowd of looky-loos took a fearful step back in unison, as if choreographed. I bit the insides of my cheeks to prevent myself from smiling and placed my hand on top of Grim's head to silently tell him to shut up. He stopped instantly. The deputy led Mr. Collier into the station with the sheriff directly behind. Grim and I brought up the rear. I was pleased to see that no one was inside. Grim sometimes came in handy for keeping unwanted crowds at bay. In the light of the station, Mr. Collier was white and ashen, his face gaunt, and his body streaked with dirt. His eyes became shiny with unshed tears as he turned towards Jones. Gordon? He began to whimper. Sheriff Jones raised his hands, his face hard. Mr. Collier ceased talking, but still let out faint snivels. Ed, you have the right to remain silent. Your judgment will come enough, but save your pleas. Amelia will be here soon too. Jones' speech was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Jones nodded curtly at the deputy, who sprang into action and almost ran to open the door. An older woman with steel gray hair and a loose braid over one shoulder entered. She was still wearing her nightgown, with a dingy cream-colored robe wrapped around her. She held a small vial in her hand. "Good morning, Sheriff." She greeted, her tone somber. "Amelia," Jones responded with a trace of warmth. "I see you have it." She held up the vial and carefully swirled the murky contents within. "Wolfbane's," she announced. "I made it just last evening, in hopes of such an occasion." "Wonderful, Amelia. Might I introduce you to Miss Curtin? She is the one that tracked and captured Ed." He turned to me. "Amelia is our resident herb woman." Herb woman, or sometimes just a herbalist, is just another name for a lesser witch. Someone who has the knowledge and skill to make minor potions out of plants, but no talent for any other magic. For some odd reason I never understood, many of these small or tight-knit communities saw witches of any caliber in a negative light, despite any benign intentions that most witches might have. Therefore, this more polite term was conceived to use for a respected member of these communities, which did away with the so-called negative connotation of being dubbed a witch. Another break. Alright, let us continue. I thought it was stuff and nonsense personally. The names were interchangeably in my mind, as long as one wasn't a power-grubbing, familiar, enslaving harridan. I did not see how being called a witch was insulting. This woman had a look about her that suggested she would be the type to take offense to being called a witch. However, so I kept my opinions to myself. It was just as well, because Amelia clearly didn't warm up to me on sight alone. She looked me over upon Joan's introduction, pursing her lips and narrowing her eyes slightly. Her body language screamed that she did not trust my presence. "My pleasure," she said, although there was no pleasure in her tone. I refused to give the satisfaction of cowing me. I have a curt head nod and replied, "Ma'am." She then turned her attention to Graham by my side. Her stiff and unwelcoming demeanor lifted slightly. "A Lakeland hound," she murmured appreciatively. She took another glance at me, appraising me anew. "It takes a strong will and determined hand to own such a dog." "Oh, I don't own him," I replied with an offhand shrug. "We just work together." The herb woman made a small grunt in return. Scolding at my flippancy, she turned away from me to focus on the task at hand, clearly dismissing my presence. False necessities met. Amelia asked the sheriff if she could administer the potion now, to which Jones gave his permission. I took this opportunity to wrap up my business and, politely grabbing Jones' arm, steered him a small distance from the proceedings. "My end is done, Sheriff," I stated, keeping my tone professional. "It's been a long night, and I like to be on my own." "Oh, yes, of course. What is it that I owe you? 500? I sighed and did my best to prevent rolling my eyes. Lowballing bounty hunters was the oldest trick in the book. I once again removed the folded piece of paper. Opening it and smoothing the creases, I displayed it to the sheriff, pointing out the sum at the bottom. 900, not a penny less. He knew better than to argue. "Of course, wait here." He retreated to a back room. While I waited, I watched the herb woman as she tipped her wolfbane potion down Mr. Collier's throat. I was no stranger to witnessing the effects of wolfbane, since my partner was bred to hunt werewolves, and it happened to be our specialty. This was the 4th time I had viewed this as administration. Unfortunately, it was not the most pleasant thing to observe, and Mr. Collier's case was no different. Within seconds of swallowing the liquid, he doubled over, groaning. The veins at the surface of his skin turned a deep violet as the herb destroyed the werewolf taint within his blood. He fell to the floor, gasping and withering in sudden agony. Sheriff Jones returned with a cloth bag just as Mr. Collier's blood vessels faded back to normal color, indicating that the lycanthropy was fully destroyed. While Collier lay on the floor, panting with exhaustion, I counted my money and double-checked that the receipt was also tucked into the bag. Satisfied, I turned to Jones, who was looking rather green. I doubted he had ever seen the wolfbane at work. I cleared my throat to get his attention. Sticking out my hand to shake, I said, "A pleasure doing business with you, Sheriff. Good luck with him." I tilted my head at Collier. Jones, still riveted on the goings-on, didn't seem to notice my comment, but robotically shook my proffered hand, still clearly shell-shocked. I turned to go, frustrated by my treatment during this whole affair. Between the blatant discrimination based on my appearance, the attempt to shortchange me, and now a limp-handed dismissal, I was leaving the situation in a sour mood. Honestly, it wasn't the first time I had been treated this way. It shouldn't have surprised me. "Oh, Miss Curtin." I turned around at the sheriff's call, putting my dark thoughts on temporary hold. My feelings must have been etched upon my face. However, because the man took a slight step back upon meeting my eyes, he rubbed his sweaty forehead with the back of his hand, finally giving me his full attention. "My apologies, miss," he said sheepishly. He gave a half chuckle of discomfiture. "I'll be the first to say I didn't think you had it in you. This is a bad affair for this town. There aren't that many of us here, and I didn't need any more embarrassment to reflect badly on this community. Ed here is my cousin, and I didn't want to draw attention to his mistake than was needed. I worried a lady like yourself might only aggravate the problem at my hand by getting yourself injured." I stood stock still, doing my best to rein in my emotions and keep my face neutral. "Okay. What I'm trying to say, and failing because it's late and I'm wrung out, is that you did a better job than I imagined even a seasoned hunter would do. Thank you for that. Veridell owes you a debt beyond what I just paid you. I want you to know that you are always welcome here. You and your dog, that is. I'll be happy to recommend you to anyone with a similar problem too. And, God forbid, if something like this ever happens again, you will be the first person I contact to take the job." A large chunk of apprehension I had been holding evaporated at the second half of his speech. I allowed myself a small smile. "Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it. If you ever do need help, I will be honored to work with you again. Have a good night." He tipped his head at me as I turned away. Before leaving the station, I approached the hapless Collier, who was still recumbent and groaning softly. I carefully unlocked my silver shackles from his neck and wrists, once again attaching them to my belt, giving him a quick head nod when he locked eyes with me briefly. I stood. "Keep the blanket," I told the room in general. Partner at my heels, I left without a second glance at the proceedings behind me. Then, a part of my magical heritage that I haven't yet discussed is my unusual way of aging. First of all, while mundane cats have an average life of 15 years, give or take a few, my family lives much longer. How much longer? Well, it's hard to say exactly what our lifespan is because of one amazing fact. We only age when we are in cat form. That means the more I stay human, the slower I age. I could easily extend my life by an extra 40 or 50 years if I spent the majority of that time in my non-natural form. The only rub in this plan is the fact that the longer I continuously wear my human form without taking breaks to be a cat, the more unpleasant I feel. I liken it to wearing an already uncomfortable suit. It's not so bad when you first put it on, and any discomfort is easy to ignore. But then, after a couple hours, imagine somebody comes along and pours sand down the back, massaging it around the inside of the clothing. Later on, they add more sand. And then still later, they switch to placing biting ants in the clothing. Lastly, they blow smoke in your face every 5 minutes. By the end, all you desire is to strip off the offending article and thoroughly bathe yourself and be comfortable at last. To be honest, that sounds awful and that just sounds painful. Doesn't sound just discomfort, it just sounds painful. Because I know, sand can scratch yourself. And then the ants, I have been around fighting fire ants, and they freaking hurt. Like, when they bite you, it was awful. This is not just comfortable, this is uncomfortable, this is just torture, to be honest. Because those ants could freaking hurt. So, alright, sorry for the little, Anyways, okay. My record was about 12 hours in one go as a human without any cat breaks. It was fairly horrible by the end. This time, between all the driving to and from Hooded Mountain, stalking the werewolf, and dealing with the town of Veridel, I was approaching my 6th hour. Nowhere near as long as my record, but I was definitely feeling the strain. It was, by now, about 5 in the morning. The darkness that had persisted through our nighttime encounters was just giving way to a grayness that hinted at a beautiful late summer dawn. I could tell it was going to be a glorious day, but in the moment, contemplating the weather was the furthest thing from my mind. I needed rest. I needed to dehumanize myself. I needed my real body back. We had traveled in our wagon for a good hour to get enough distance between ourselves and Veridel. This was a habit of mine. It's not that I thought the townspeople would do something bad to us, but human nature was not something I put a lot of trust into, especially in small, tight-knit communities. Sometimes the drive to protect their own causes people to react violently. It was always better to be safe and exhausted than sorry. Luckily for us, I found a perfect little pull-off from the main road that was nicely hidden by young trees lining the roadside. Give me 1 second, a little break here. All right. Once the wagon was safely settled, I had to see to my employees' comfort before even thinking about my own. I unharnessed Humbert and hastily curried him. As a bonus means of thanks for all his hard work, I fetched a bucket of apples and carrots from the back of the wagon and politely dumped them at his feet. Only after he began to munch on his well-earned bonus did I jump back into the driver's seat of the wagon. There, after one quick glance at my surroundings to verify utmost privacy, I transformed. Ah, pure bliss. After wearing my human form for so many hours, I have been getting quite achy and uncomfortable. To be my true self again felt like stripping out of that sand and ant-infested suit and slipping into a plush robe made of clouds. Not only that, but my olfactory and hearing senses instantly sharpened, barricading me with myriad scents and sounds that had previously gone undetected by my inferior human organs. I gave my fur head a brisk shake before taking a deep, relaxing breath, soaking up the returning bodily comfort. My belly made a squelching sound of hunger. Intruding on my zen moment, Humbert swung his massive head in my direction, his jaw working on an apple or carrot. I breathed in deeply to sniff his horsey breath. Based on the scent smell wafting my way, I could discern with accuracy that it was an apple being crunched between his massive teeth. I closed my eyes for a brief second, affirming my trust in my equine employee. To be honest, horses don't smell good. They kind of stink. Oh, hey, loud bro, gamey. I hope I said that correctly. Because I think that's like a 0 that's in your name. So hi. I hope you're doing well. So anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, horses they stink. They smell. So I don't know why she enjoys the smell of her horse here. So, alright. I opened them again. Humbert tossed his head at me, still chewing with pleasure. Thank you, mistress, he said to me. Despite our differences in size and species, I thankfully had no problem understanding him when I was a cat. This wasn't true of all species. For instance, I had a very hard time understanding prey animals, such as rodents. I assumed it was a built-in mechanism to make cats not feel guilty about killing sentient beings for sustenance. Thank you, Humbert, I replied, and sorry for the late night. Good work out there. Get some sleep. There's a stream nearby, and I trust you'll feel comfortable to forage on your own. Delighted, mistress, he returned. Good night. Give me 1 second for a little break. Little break here. Thanks, I appreciate it. Loudbro said, hey, I'm gonna go to bed just wanting to show some viewer support, and I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you. And have a good night. Sleep well. Alright, we are going to continue. Humbert was a simple soul and a devoted employee. From the start, he refused to call me anything but mistress, an obvious indication of his devout loyalty to me. His speech and mannerism were slow and deliberate, and he was now never quick to anger, even when I pushed him hard, which I tried to avoid. Despite his advanced age, he still enjoyed being useful, and I was glad of the fact that I had saved him from a certain retirement involving dog food and glue. Wishing him a pleasant rest, I jumped through the open wagon hatch into the cozy interior. The wagon, our home away from home, was small, just big enough for a tall man to lay down comfortably. We kept the wagon sparse. Just a couple of thin mattresses on the floor for the comfort of ourselves and for the hapless humans we occasionally transported. On the one side, I had hung various tools of trade, such as the silver shackles. A shallow cupboard held food and toiletries at the front of the wagon. Below the window hatch, I surveyed the contents of the cave-like interior for my cupboard perch. Graham was already in there, taking up much of the space, and the lamp was still on, buzzing softly with the free energy. Jumping onto the mattress, I transformed back into a human to tend to a few chores. First thing, I bolted the inner lock on the doors with my key. I then safely tucked the key into my vast pocket. This was a safety precaution that I preferred every time we slept within the confines of the wagon. I figured it was foolproof for one reason. I did not need to strip my clothes off before becoming a cat. This was yet another unique trait of my heritage. Whenever I shifted back into my cat form, whatever I happened to be wearing disappeared. But when I became a human again, it automatically reappeared. I didn't fully understand how it worked, but I imagined that the shimmery bit of my transformation acted as a interdimensional pocket that stored whatever I happened to be clothed in while it was my true self. Whatever the machine-ish was, it was awesome. I saved a fortune on my clothing because I didn't change daily. The best part was that as long as I groomed myself thoroughly as a cat, my human body and clothes stayed sparkly clean, so I never had to do laundry. And this bit of magic applied to anything that happened to be in my pockets at the time of transformation, too. In other words, the key that locked us in would stay in my interdimensional pocket until I chose to shift back to human. There wasn't a being I knew of who could dive from that. Oops. Having thanks, I appreciate it. I'm trying to get people to talk and stuff. I have been told that because of what I'm doing, it's very difficult to get people to talk. So I appreciate it. Alright, so having deposited the key in my pocket, I opened the cupboard and took out a good supply of jerky and a jug of water for both Grim and me. That little Max said, "Yeah, but you got this. Thank you." 2 bowls were next to be taken out of the cupboard. A dainty porcelain one that I had procured at a flea market, and a deep mixing bowl of a large canine. These I filled with water, and then set everything on the bare floor of the wagon. slightly away from our sleeping area in case one of us got a little sloppy with our drinking habits. Hint, I wasn't talking about myself. Cats never slosh water out of their mouths, unlike messy canines. I reverted to cat form to eat and drink. Just a side thing, that is not true. Like, I have cats and these cats not so much, but in the past I've had a cat that would play with water. So they're just as messy, to be honest, as canines. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for a side note. I reverted to cat form to eat and drink. Naturally, I ate less as a cat than I would as a human, so our food supply lasted us longer on the road. I had also found that my taste buds vastly differed between my human body and my true form. While I wasn't always packed back up food for our work excursions, there were times that we ran out before our job was finished. It had become habit to rely on my hunting skills and live off rodents, birds, or even reptiles in a pinch. While we traveled, as a true cat, these small animal bodies tasted just fine to me, minus certain organs. As a human, however, the thought of consuming a raw mouse absolutely repulsed me. Luckily, jerky tasted delicious in either of my forms. It wasn't the most amazing breakfast, perhaps, but the dried meat soothed our bellies after the physical activities of the night. It would do until we made it back to home base, our ultimate destination after we got some sleep. Our meal was finished. I shimmered up again in order to return the water bowls to the cupboard. I also extracted the earnings from this venture from my vest pocket and made a mental note to divide it up accordingly. 40% for me, 40% for Grim, 5% for Humbert's wages, with which I paid for his food and care. And the last 15% for our manager, Floretta. For now, though, I was too exhausted to calculate any sums, and I was content to simply stash the money in the small locked box in a hidden spot within the cupboard. Lastly, I turned off the lamp, plunging the two of us into complete darkness and eliminating the faint yet annoying buzz sound. And then I shed my humanity for the final time before sleep. Grim was sprawled on his side, a large, furry mound of warm dog flesh for me to cuddle into. I stretched luxuriantly and nestled into his belly, giving myself a hasty grooming. I was too tired to tend to my whole body, so I settled for a quick face wash, mentally noting to do a more thorough job once I was more rested. I tucked myself deeper into Grim's side, letting out a subtle purr. "Good job out there," I mentioned with a yawn. He grunted softly. "Same to you. That werewolf was softer than most. It was easy. It didn't get..." Oh, hold on. Where was I? Oh. "He didn't get a single bite in. How about you? Did the man try to bilk you?" He was referring to Deputy Jones. Good old Grim. He always had my back. I stretched out my front leg, claws extended to maximum reach. "Always," he lowballed me by 400 a flea ball. "They have to try, don't they?" I laid the arm over Grim's elbow, keeping my claws politely tucked. Grim's side rumbled with a very low growl. He repositioned himself, sitting his body more upright and curling around me, lowering his head to be closer to my body with his chin touching the mattress. He jostled me with his movement, which was rather irritating. But I quickly found my groove in his side and resettled myself. In the near darkness of the wagon, I caught a twinkle of light as his left eye moved over mine. Just say the word, and I'll bite the next one that tries to stiff you, he gravely informed me. I licked his ear with that was closest to my face. I appreciate it, but sometimes I need to fight my own battles. How else are they going to learn that I'm not just a dumb and pathetic female? Grim snored. Smartest cat I know. Human too, for that matter. I purred lazily, pleased by his comment. Night, partner, I murmured as my purrs dwindled. Night, Chris, he sleepily replied. Break here. Little Mac, that little Mac, said phone died, back now, what happened to the cat lady? What was the last part you heard? Because I don't know where you left off. And actually, if you give me 1 second, I gotta go get something while you type that answer. Okay, sorry, I had to grab my phone charger because I thought my phone will last, but it didn't. So, yeah. So when you get a chance, just tell me where you left off. Okay. Where did I Okay, I think I. So, it was just over a year ago. I had left my mom with her reluctant blessing at the abandoned barn because I was restless. Even knowing that my life had a grand, although abstract purpose, I wanted to do something more, something tangible, with myself and my magical gift, and so I had recently decided to be a bounty hunter, as I figured it would allow me to allow me an adventurous life while simultaneously, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, simultaneously doing some good in the world by capturing wanted criminals. I have been warned by Floretta, my new manager, to start out small, but I didn't want to listen to reason. After all, secretly being able to morph from cat to human and vice versa gave me a huge advantage over my competition. In my mind, I was still very young and very inexperienced with life in general, and a tad impudentous, perhaps, looking back. So, I ignored the advice and chose my very first hunt, not a thief or a domestic abuser, but a man wanted for murder. His name was Amos Frost. He was wanted, dead or alive, for the grand total of $3,000 for the killing of 5 different individuals spanning 4 different small towns in the Sunrise Mountain region of Vinland. His last known whereabouts had been outside a town called Jet. The artwork on his wanted poster showed a gaunt man with a large pockmark on his right cheek. Cheek and horsey. Hold on. Did I skip? No? Okay. Crooked teeth. The artist had done his best to make Frost appear angry and scary, as if to frighten people away from the thought of apprehending him. But I wasn't scared. I was captivated. I didn't have my wagon yet, nor Humbert. The easiest way to travel was to hitch a ride on an unexpected wagon in my true form. It took 2 days of this hitchhiking to reach Jet, where I resumed my human form to ask for news. Declaring myself a bounty hunter. I lost my spot. I went about seeking answers, but I was only met with derision. Nobody took me seriously. The sheriff of Jet threatened to send my parents if I didn't stop sticking my nose into serious men's business. His words, not mine. Frustrated by the misogyny being thrown my way, I transformed back into a cat to try a different approach. Nobody took any notice of a new stray in town, although I did attract the attention of some of the local cats. One of them told me she had smelled the bad man in town not long ago. Although the scent had dissipated quickly, she said the scent had been found at the back of town, where a path led into the surrounding forest. I was worried about how long ago the cat had actually discovered the scent. Time is a hard thing for many mundane animals to grasp. I assumed she meant days ago, but it could have been a mere hours or as long as a month when she had first noticed the scent. However, a lead was a lead, so I thanked her and went to look for this path. Did you happen to figure out or remember where where you left off before your phone died? Just let me know. So basically, okay. So you don't need me to answer. Did you figure it out then? Just basically, like, the whole story is about the cat lady. She's the main character. So okay. Where did we go? Okay. It was easy to find as it had a sign marked Jet Valley Nature Trail, Sunrise River 2 miles. Okay. Good. That little Mac said she was dividing the wages, and I understand where it's going now. Good audience skills. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that, you're able to still understand and know what's going on. Okay. It was obvious that the residents of Jet had no desire to do any nature walking, as they had barricaded the start of the trail off. I paid no attention to the barricade, but slipped past it with ease. It was late afternoon by the time I reached the trail's end by the river. There were no signs anybody had been there for some time. I almost gave this lead up as a dead end when my cat ears pricked up. A very faint sound coming from upriver to the left. It sounded to me like a pained whine. I picked my way through the brush near the river, thinking it safer to keep hidden. I slinked along in this fashion for 15 minutes before the brush then to a clearing, where a shack sat hidden from the river's view. A rusty fence with cruel barbs lined the perimeter. A disturbing scent of decay and filth permeated the property, and I wonder if this was the smell of the bad man the cat had told me about. If so, it was very fresh. Whoops. Sorry, that's my alarm. It was very fresh. I sat and observed a statue of catlessness for many minutes before hearing once again the sound that originally drew me to this place. It came from within the shack. It was an animal in pain, that much I could surmise. My senses pricked up, no other signs of activity. Steeling myself, I crept under the wire and sneaked over to the shack. I didn't want to risk transforming here in the open, and I assumed the door was locked anyways, so I scouted around for an alternative way into the interior. Hey, sorry. Since you're on here, can you tell me if you hear, like, the music and stuff? I haven't been able to get anybody to, like, tell me if you're able to hear music and if it's too loud or not. So that would be very helpful, and I would appreciate it. Okay. Continuing. Where did I go? I assumed the door was locked anyway, so I scouted around for an alternative way into the interior. There was a broken window on the left side, hidden from my previous vantage point. The jump was doable, even if the window ledge was narrow. I crouched and sprang. I grabbed the ledge with my front paws, using my back paws to hoist myself up the rest of the way. Once I was properly stationed, I looked through the broken pane. Okay. Oh. You know what? Hold on. Oh. Do Do you still hear the static? Because I think I left something on that I usually turn off. But if there's... Hold on. There's supposed to be music. I don't know. Okay, so I think what you were hearing was my fish tank. So I accidentally forgot to turn it because the filter, like the water, makes noise. Okay, is it super loud? 'Cause, like, is that too loud, or can you still hear me? Okay. I can turn it up and down. Because I want to have like a little bit of music while I'm like reading and stuff. So, okay. Now we'll continue reading. Where were we? Oh, right here. A little loud. Okay. Is that better? Okay. It was my first glimpse of Grim. He was crammed into a steel kennel that was almost too small for him, with a muzzle on his snout that was definitely too small for him. The muzzle was so tight that he could only open his mouth enough to stick his tongue out and lick frantically at his nose. I imagined the insides of his lips were painfully abrade from digging up against his pointed canines. A bowl of water was placed in front of him, but he could barely wet his nose, snout bound as he was. From the window, I could see his coat was matted, soiled, and he was malnourished and dehydrated. By the way, thank you for helping with the music. So, I did some fast thinking. It angered me to no end to see a beast imprisoned like this. Clearly, he was dying, but given his grand size, was he trustworthy? After all, he could easily kill me in my natural state, and even in my human form, if he was so inclined. I weighed the pros and cons for a minute before deciding what to do. As sick as he was, he hadn't heard me at the window despite my noisy jump. I leapt down into the shack, which caused him to startle. He tried to sit up in the crate. A lackluster growl came from his throat. Hush, I reprimanded. Do you want me to help you or not? His eyes became huge. You aren't ordinary, are you? He asked, staring at me and twitching his nose. No, I was not, and neither was he. That much I could tell the moment he spoke to me. Despite his disheveled appearance, he had a way about him, like he was a prince among dogs. I shook my head in answer, a very uncat-like gesture, and he understood me in a very unmundane dog-like. Yes, please help me, he responded after a moment's hesitation. I took a breath. Okay, stay calm, I replied. Closing my eyes, I shimmered into a human before him. I opened my eyes to see his yellow ones boring into me, slightly fearful, but result and hopeful. He gave a curt head nod. I returned it and unlatched the crate. He painfully extracted himself from it, and then sat on his haunches before me, waiting. I looked him directly in the eye. "I trust," I said, although my heart fluttered and my hands shook. He stood stock still as I fumbled into the clasps of his muzzle. At last, the straps came free and slowly moved it off his face. He stayed still even then. Keeping our eyes locked, I dropped my muzzle on the floor of the shack, and then I transformed. "I am in your debt," he said immediately. "I have been locked up for nearly 2 weeks, and the muzzle hasn't come off once. I've barely been able to drink with it on, and I haven't eaten anything but the thinnest gruel. The evil man had wanted to take the muzzle off, but every time he tried, I attempted to kill him. I don't think I would have lasted much longer had you not come along." "We aren't out yet," I responded quietly. With the large dog in tow, I didn't think the broken window was an option for escape. I glanced at the door. A deadbolt caught my eye. I turned back to him. "I'll get you out of here and find your owner." He started to say something, but I was already turning into my human counterpart, and I could no longer understand his canine language. Once I had hands, I undid the deadbolt and cautiously placed my hand on the knob to open the door. The door, seemingly under its own volition, flew wide open. Taken by surprise, my hand never left the knob, and I was yanked forward out of the shack. I lost my grip and fell to my knees. I heard the door latch shut behind me as a boot on my back pushed me to the ground. From inside the shack, I could hear furious barking, muffled by the closed door. "So, I've caught a little fly," a voice sneered over me. Rough hands grasped my shoulders and flipped me to my back. Standing over me was a very dirty man with a puckered pockmark marring his face. Amos Frost. His wanted poster hadn't done him justice. He was much scarier in real life. Upon seeing my face, Frost smiled and licked his face. "Such a pretty fly, too," he added luxuriously. "It's almost a shame to have to add you to my list. Oh well." The barking within continued, taking on a frantic note. Frost ignored it and took a step towards me, the ugly smile never leaving his face. Gathering what wits I still had, I raised my knee back and kicked out with all my might, connecting my foot with his shin. Frost bellowed with pain and rage. The creepy smile finally dissipating. I tried to get up, but he fell on top of me as soon as I had rolled back to my hands and knees, making me fall back to my stomach as he trapped my body between his legs. Frost grabbed a massive fistful of my blonde hair, tugging my head back at a painful angle. "You're going to regret that," he threatened into my ear, his breath contaminating the air with such potence that I gagged a little. From the corner of my eye, I witnessed him reaching behind himself with his free hand and removing a long, curved knife from his belt. I admit, I whimpered at this point, too petrified to act rationally. He tilted my head back even more with a vicious yank on my hair. I screamed, a high, hoarse sound with no power behind it, giving the angle of my throat. As the scream left my mouth, the unmistakable sound of glass breaking erupted behind us. I closed my eyes, expecting to feel the sharp kiss of the blade on my throat, but instead the weight of Frost's body was abruptly gone. The hand holding my hair yanked one more time, taking a few strands with it. I opened my eyes at the sound of another scream. Frost, the dog, stood over him, growling and holding the man's neck in his teeth. In one swift moment, the black beast ripped out Frost's throat. The scream turned to gurgles as blood spurted haphazardly out of the gaping wound. Death was quick, if not quite clean. Blood dripping from his muzzle, the dog looked at me. I let out a... I just saw your message. Sorry. That little Max said, "Cat lady going to die." I don't know. So I actually have not read this either, so this is my first time. So I don't know what's gonna happen. So, let's see. Well, I mean, obviously, the dog came and saved her at this point. Okay. Blood dripping from his muzzle, the dog looked at me. I let out a single, body-heaving sob before becoming a cat. I tried to make myself as small as possible, cowering into a ball with my puffed-up tail wrapped around me, a flimsy security blanket against the terror I had just been subjected to. I blinked my wide blue eyes at the black dog before me. "You saved my life. Thank you." He shook his head impatiently and padded over to me, each step ungraceful. The jump through the window and ensuing activity had taken its toll on him in his emaciated state. Just returning the favor," he said before falling over in exhaustion. If I didn't do something fast, he wouldn't survive. Of that I was sure. I couldn't tolerate that. I sprang back into human form and grabbed the dish that had been in his kennel. I ran to the river and filled it with fresh water. On my way back to the dog, I spied 2 freshly killed rabbits near the fence gate. Frost must have been coming back from checking his snares when he realized he had unwanted company. I made a quick detour to grab the rabbits too, then fell to my knees in front of the dog. "Here," I said as a human, offering the water first. He understood me and began lapping up the water in big, long slurps. The fresh blood that coated his muzzle quickly turned the water pink. I had to look away to quell the sudden queasiness the sight gave me. "Not too much at once," I cautioned, not sure how much the dog could understand of my human tongue. Even if the words didn't make sense, the canine paused in his lapping. I had been right about his superior intelligence. The dog was becoming hydrated, but he needed fuel to heal his body. I glanced around and spied Frost's knife. Why, my would-be murder weapon, lying on the grass, a foot from the corpse. I hustled over and grabbed the knife by the handle, feeling suddenly squeamish. I used the curved blade to cut open the belly of the first dead rabbit. It let the entrails spill out a bit before placing the carcass in front of the dog. "Here, eat." Not waiting for a response, I got up and went into the shack to look for something with which to carry the corpse back to town. My pickings were slim, and I finally settled for an old, stained quilt that had adorned an equally old and stained mattress in one corner of the room. Quilt in hand, I went back outside and laid it on the ground next to the body. I did not want to touch Frost again, but I worked up the nerve to drag his stinking corpse onto the blanket and then folded it over him to hide him from view. By that time, the dog had made a quick work of the rabbit. I fetched him a bit more water and then changed to a cat. Better? I asked him. Better. He still sounded exhausted. He laid his head down on the grass and licked his muzzle. I kept my distance still, unsure of what to do. It was twilight by then, and the adrenaline had been coursed so freely through me now left me weary. My name is Grim. This statement came out of the blue as I watched him. Oh, I gotta remember. Okay, so the main character's name is pronounced, it's like Priscilla, I believe is what the writer told me. Cause she like sent me, she wanted me to make sure I pronounced that right. So I think it was Priscilla, if I remember correctly. So, Priscilla Curtin, I added. Come here, Priscilla. Graham beckoned, giving his tail a small, gentle wag. I'll need your body warmth tonight. I hesitate for a second, trying to determine if he was friendly as he sounded. I finally concluded he meant well, and I awkwardly nestled into his side. With the corpse of a bad man just a few feet away and the stars above us, we both slept the exhausted sleep of survivors. I awoke at dawn, and with the mountains in the background, I saw firsthand why they were called the Sunrise Mountains. Even with my slightly colored, compromised cat eyes, the sky was brilliant. I briefly transformed into a human to fully appreciate the complete majesty of the sight. The pinks and orange mixed with the blues and purples over the mountaintops in a symphony of natural splendor. I was transported back to reality when from behind me, Graham groaned and stretched his legs. I went back to cat form so that we could talk. Good morning, I greeted, rarely unsure of how much the dog would remember me. Cressida, good morning. Well, he remembered my name. That was a good sign. I like to go back to town today with the body. Are you well enough to walk the distance? With more water and maybe the other rabbit to eat, I could walk it, yes. We spent the morning resting and gathering up Grim's strength. I tested him by having him walk the river. Break time, sorry. I gotta take a drink. So I think, because this chapter is a little bit longer than the other ones have been, I think this is the only chapter we're going to be able to get through. So, okay, continuing. We spent the morning resting, gathering up Grim's strength. I tested him by having him walk to the river to drink and relieve himself. I also dumped his soiled coat carefully, washing away 2 weeks of dirt and oil, along with the remaining blood from his recent gruesome kill. Back at the shack's yard, he told me his story as he ate. His mother was owned by a monk who lived alone in the mountains. Not the Sunrise Mountains, Grim clarified, but some some range much, much farther away. The monk bred the lichen Huns, a breed of dog with a small amount of natural magic in their blood. This magic allowed them to live longer than mundane dogs, but negatively affects their fecundity. Graham's litter was only his mother's second, and she was approaching the age of 20 years at his birth. Graham was one of the three puppies in his litter, the other two being females. When he was 2 years old, still very much a puppy for a lichen hunt, Graham was sold to a man who had made the journey to find the monk. Graham told me his new master was a kind man who, although he didn't treat Graham as a pet, gave him a good life with plenty of food and exercise in a warm home. I was happy with my master, he said. The monk has started my werewolf hunting training, and master continued it. Master was very adroit with his teaching. This idyllic life lasted for 3 years. Graham had by then reached... Alright, that little Max said, gotta head to bed, keep up the good work. Thank you. Good night. I hope you sleep well. You're probably not going to be missing much. So like I said, I'm just going to do this chapter. I'm starting to lose my voice. I gotta figure out how to be able to read longer without losing my voice. So, okay. This idyllic life lasted for 3 years. Graham, oh wait. Does that help, even, while streaming? Or is that something you should do, before or after? Sorry, I keep on forgetting to read the messages. That little Max said, have honey and ginger tea. But, this idyllic life lasted for 3 years. Graham had by then reached maturity and was proficient in his skill. But then, while out in the woods for a walk near the base of one of the Sunrise Mountains, Graham felt something sting in his flank. He turned to go back to his master, but suddenly felt sleepy and heavy. Just before he passed out, he witnessed his master's murder by the knife of Frost. When he came to, he was muzzled and in the kennel. That little Max said, it helps stirring, but just as well either way. Ginger makes sure that your vocal cords don't get inflamed, and honey just generally helps keep it smooth. Okay, I will look into that, and I probably will have that for next time. I think the next stream I'm reading is on Wednesday, so I've been trying to do water, but water's not really helping. So thank you for the advice. It's very helpful. Frost tried to break me. He wanted to use me to hunt, but all I wanted to do was kill him. He would have killed me either by starvation or something else unpleasant in the run. Graham shuddered, and now I have no master. I have no home to go back to. At this last statement, Graham oozed despair. A working lichen hound was a happy lichen hound. A lichen hound with no purpose was a dog at loose ends. In that moment, I felt a small amount of kinship with him. With this unsatisfactory conclusion to his story, I decided it was time to leave this place of of unhappy memories. A human again, I grabbed the corners of the quilt and dragged the corpse behind me. Graham brought up the rear. It was a hard 2 miles, and we were both exhausted by the time we reached Jet. I dragged Frost over to the sheriff's station. He saw me coming and made to shoo me away again. But something in my face made him stop. Without a word, I flung the quilt off the body. "I've come to collect," I said. The following days were a bit of a blur. I remember seeing respect in the sheriff's eyes, and that was the best reward of all. Of course, the $3,000 was lovely as well. I rented a room in the inn and insisted that Graham stay by my side the entire time. At first, the sheriff contended that the dog was the property of the deceased owner's family, but Graham told me his master had no living family, and this was seconded by the townsfolk who knew his master. In light of this, I told the sheriff the dog could be with whoever he wanted. Graham backed this up by growling menacingly at anyone who wasn't me. In the end, they agreed with my reasoning and let us alone. We stayed perhaps a week at the inn, sleeping, eating copious amounts of food, and recovering Graham's strength. We talked a fair bit as well when I locked in our room together. Despite being a tad overeager with this bounty and having it nearly mortally backfire, I was convinced I wanted to continue as a bounty hunter. I told Graham he was a free dog, but we had bonded over the course of our journey, and Graham was reluctant to leave me. It gave me an idea. "What if we worked together?" I asked him the day before we left Jet. "You mean I would work for you?" Graham mulled over this idea. "No," I replied empathetically. "I mean, together, as equals. I'm not your master, and I will never own you. You deserve the bounty for Frost as much as I do, because you were the one to bring him down. And many of the bounties I've seen are for werewolves and other supernaturals. You'd be indispensable to me. So partners? 50-50? I accept." And that was the beginning of our professional career. And as it turned out, a pretty incredible friendship. On the dirt road, rounding the last bend of our journey, Humbert's eyes perked up and his tired feet sped up slightly more. His anticipation as being home palpable. I too relished coming back to Floretta's after an especially grueling job, even if just for a day or two. I always felt like it was welcoming my home, a salutation for a job well done. As the property came into view, I found myself smiling. Graham, who had decided to walk the last 2 miles from town, emitted a small bark before putting on the speed to beat us to the cottage. He felt its welcome too. The place looked as green and lush as ever, while the property exuded a wilderness with a dense garden. It was also very obvious a contained and maintained chaos. There wasn't an overly long blade of grass or a scraggly shrub in sight. I led Humbert to the left side of the cottage, opposite the mighty garden, where the fence line ended. Hopping down from my seat, I patted the horse affectionately before beginning the process of unharnessing him. As I worked, I heard the front door open and shut, followed by a raucous call. I glanced over my shoulder as Rupert landed on the wagon's roof and gave me a sidelong glance. I turned back to see Floretta approaching me with a large smile on her tan face. Have you ever heard the adage that a person doesn't choose their cat, but the cat chooses their person? It's completely true. Take it from me. Sure, a human could go and pick up a cat and claim it as their property, but if that human doesn't have the cat's blessing, the relationship will never be meaningful. We cats are picky that way. We only adopt humans that we find to be worthy in some significant way, whether it's trust, kindness, or some other special quality. A year ago, I adopted Floretta as my human. Sure, Floretta may have been my business manager, but she was also my closest human friend. She was kind. She was trustworthy, and she exuded a calm warmness that made me feel at home every time I was there. I would have been crazy not to choose her. Of course, I never told her any of this. It was my best interest to stay a proud, aloof feline. Oh yes, she also knew I was more than human. That's right. She was the first human with whom I broke rules number 1 and 2. Floretta was an honorable woman, however, and promised to keep my secret safe. As much as I trusted her, though, she still believed I was a simple shapeshifter instead of the only being who is somehow preventing an evil, megalomaniac from returning to this dimension. In this regard, I had kept number 3 intact. It was better that way. Floretta rounded Humbert to stand in front of me. She was dressed in her usual fashion, a long, flowy patterned skirt paired with a white peasant blouse that enhanced her curvy figure. Welcome back. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Welcome back, she greeted, embracing me. She was a good 5 inches taller than me, and so it seemed that her whole essence engulfed me whenever we hugged. She smelled like fresh herbs, flowers, and churned earth, as always. Her thick chestnut brown hair, wild and curly, was braided down her back, but some of the unruly wisps had escaped and framed her face. There was never a chance of fully containing those locks of hers. Her skin was a healthy tan. I once thought it was from the sun until I learned about her mixed heritage. I typically wasn't the hugging type in my human form, but when it came to Floretta, I could say no to one of her embraces. They were incredible comforting. She released me, and I stepped back. "How was your job?" she asked, with sudden seriousness, studying my countenance with the focus of a mother cleaning her kitten. Is that what that says? Oops. Oh, mother cat cleaning her kitten. Okay. I shrug. Super easy. Oh, super easy, right, Grim? I glanced around when I didn't hear a customary chuff of agreement with my partner. I spotted him at the edge of the property, following his nose about for any new smells that might have accumulated since we were gone. I turned my attention back to Floretta, angling my head at the wagon. "I've got the bounty in the safe. I didn't have time to divide it up yet. Floretta waved the idea of money away. Don't worry about that just now. We can handle that later. Or later today. Time to figure out what was going on that was so important as to hurry us back home. I gazed at her face. Floretta, what was the rush? I didn't mean to sound quite as snippy as I did, and I immediately regretted my tone when I saw her face fall a bit. She looked upward and sighed. I know I usually give you a bit more time between jobs, she began, but this one, well, I feel like you should get there first. She straightened a little and smiled. I have a feeling you two are hungry. Come on, let's get some food in you first. I'll explain over lunch. She walked ahead of me into the cottage, but stopped short at the doorway. I craned over to the side to see what had caught her attention. A creeping fig had been planted on the left side of the doorway years ago. It now took up a large portion of the front wall surrounding the purple door, clinging tightly to the outer facade. A creeper had started to trail outward towards the door. Floretta had taken notice, which had triggered her impromptu stop. I stopped as she extended her hand carefully and touched the tip of her fingers to the vine's edge. The vine trembled faintly at the slight pressure, and then began curling inward like a retracting worm, before hiding itself in the surrounding branches of the fig. That was another important thing about Floretta. She was not just my manager and friend, but also she was a minor witch. Her specialty being plant magic. She had, in my opinion, the world's greenest thumb. Her garden, in all its wildness, was the happiest garden on the face of the planet. Each plant in her domain had been meticulously cared for. I didn't have the foggiest clue how her magic worked. As far as I knew, she was born with this talent. The best way I could describe it was that she somehow communicated with the plants, and they responded by doing what she said. She asked. When she wasn't acting as my manager, Floretta made a living two other ways. She sold seeds and seedlings to the local folk at the Nobby Hill Saturday market in the springtime, and she produced herbal tinctures and salves to heal various minor ailments, which she sold year-round. She lived rather simply, however, and a little money went a long way. Therefore, the traffic to her cottage was kept at a minimum, which suited her and me when I was there just fine. Little break. Having asked the fig to tuck back its errant vine, Floretta entered her abode. I followed her through the small and cozy setting room filled with mismatched stuffed chairs, a love seat, and a small house plants hanging from the ceiling or in pots on every available surface. Just past the sitting room was the kitchen, which faced the back of the cottage. The kitchen had an airier feel to it than the previous room, probably because it wasn't stuffed to the gills with furniture, although the window sills were also choke full of greenery. I breathed in the scent of chicken soup, one of my favorite meals. Sure enough, a large pot sat on the apple green stovetop ahead of me. the contents simmering and releasing the aroma of chicken, onions, garlic, and veggies into the air. The smell was drool-inducing. Floretta made her way to the oven, picked up a wooden ladle, and stirred the soup. She smirked as she turned to look at me. "You are just in time," she said. "Nothing like a good homemade soup to lend some comfort." At this moment, Grim, who had caught up with his news around the property, made an appearance. He walked to my side and sat at my heels, acting the obedient dog. Floretta laughed. "Grim, welcome back." Floretta understood that my partner was more than an ordinary dog and always treated him as an equal, which made her that much more special in my mind. I knew that Grim also appreciated her. He never growled at her or gave her gimlet eyes, but treated her as a respectful member of his pack. Did the smell of soup get to you too?" she asked him playfully. Grim chuffed in response, and Floretta laughed again before getting bowls down from the cupboard to dish out lunch. Bowls filled, we sat at the dining room table off to the right of the kitchen. The room was heavily windowed addition, which made it light, bright and warm on sunny days such as this. Floretta had already opened most of the windows to allow a cooling breeze through the room. It infused the scent of chicken soup with that of grass and flowers. After our last meals of jerky, the soup was ambrosia. Even Grim got his own bowl magically cooled off by Floretta before he scuffed it down. I was so hungry I focused solely on my spoon, knowing that talk would have to wait, no matter how curious I was. But eventually my belly was satisfied, and just at the right time too, considering I was scraping the last of the broth into my mouth. It was time for information. I gave Floretta a serious look. "What's the job?" Floretta was still eating, by virtue of not having been starving. She glanced up at me as she added another spoonful to her mouth. She chewed thoughtfully, gouging my rising impatience. Finally, she carefully placed her spoon in her bowl and let out a small sigh. And then she leaned to one side to fish into her flowing skirt's pocket, pulling out a piece of folded up paper. It was something I was familiar with. "You know, I normally don't pull you for a job this quickly," she began, still keeping the paper in hand. "But I saw this on the board yesterday, and this seemed important." "Important how?" I inquired, reaching for the paper. She paused another heartbeat before leaning over the table to pass me the sheet. "As in, I think you should be the first to get to him, because I know you'll treat him better." This was unusual. Floretta may have donned the mantle of manager when I first decided to pursue this career, but mostly it was in title only. Typically, she left Graham and me to our own devices when it came to choosing our jobs. In fact, the only time she intervened was when we were asked for by name for a Pacific bounty. Otherwise, she typically didn't even peruse the available bounties on her own. Did that mean she was lying to me when she said she just happened to stumble upon it on the message board? That didn't seem like Floretta's style. Curiosity thoroughly piqued. I gave Floretta one more look before unfolding the paper and scanning it quickly. A very crude drawing of a face looked back at me. a nondescript, squarish jaw, angry eyes, and lips just aligned to hint at a nose. All this was framed by ear-length hair that was filled with black. This was nowhere near realistic enough to be a speculograph, a magically taken picture of someone, nor was it an eyewitness, approved artist when rendering. That by itself spoke of mystery in this case. No one really knew what the perp truly looked like. Give me a second again. Starting to lose my voice, so. Alright. Boy burglar wanted for theft? I read in confusion, boy burglar. My thoughts exactly. I don't know how old he is, but the Dowser seems quite strict for petty crime. Cressida, you have a bit more of a gentle hand. Something isn't adding up, and I worry that another bounty hunter will take everything at face value. I reread the paper in my hand. It says here that all the crimes were committed in Chargrove, but Nobby Hill Corrections is the one processing the criminal. That's a bit odd. I may not have a solid grasp on this region's geography, but I did know that Chargrove was not exactly close to Nobby Hill. I agree. I nodded absently, still thinking things through. This typically wasn't the kind of bounty I usually went for. The reward was relatively small, and I like to focus on the more supernatural criminals that others had a hard time acquiring. This just didn't seem challenging. But at the same time, Floretta was right. Something wasn't adding up on multiple accounts. It was time to make a decision. Let this fry go, small fry go, or reel in. I accept, I said. Excellent, Floretta exclaimed. She stood up briskly, collecting our messy dishes with enthusiasm. We should head to town and visit the courthouse as soon as possible. The Dowser was only posted yesterday evening, so I bet not many other hunters had reacted to it yet. Sorry. The Dowser was only posted yesterday evening, so I bet not many other hunters have reacted to it yet. But time is of the essence on this one. I eternally groaned. I hadn't really gotten a fulfilling amount of sleep since the last job. The thought of starting this new one immediately wasn't making me jump for joy. Should I leave for Chargrove this evening then? I asked reluctantly, raising my voice so that she could hear me in the kitchen. Floretta bustled back into the dining room and took her seat again. She shook her head. I don't think that's necessary. Everyone else will be taking the main road from Nobby Hill to travel to Chargrove. It's a nice flat road that can be traveled at a faster pace. But it also takes you farther out in order to connect with the other towns along the way. I happen to know of a shortcut. A shortcut? I cocked my head. Floretta smiled knowingly. This road here just so happens to be a direct route to Chargrove. I frowned. Your road? As in the one right outside that goes into the woods? She gestured towards the front of her cottage. Yes, silly. Did you not know that? If you take a left out of my place, Rabbit Hole Road takes you to Nobby Hill, as you well know, but turning right takes you to Chargrove. It used to be the main road to get there before they built the newer, wider, but much longer road. This way it's about a 25-mile drive. I did it once when I was younger. I do recall it's a rough road in the middle. but it should still be drivable. I pondered this. So, if I take this back road, I should be any competition there, right? What are the chances that anybody else will know about this alternative route? Floretta shrugged. It was more widely used about 50 years ago, before the main road was constructed. Seeing as how I hardly ever get traffic past my house, I think it's a safe bet that most people don't know about it anymore. And I guarantee they don't put it on maps anymore. Great, I nodded my head as if to cement the plan. How can we go and arrange things at the courthouse? I should try to leave first thing in the morning if I want any sort of advantage. I plan to drop off some tonics at the apothecary. I just need to gather some things together once I clean the kitchen. Give me a half an hour, Floretta hedged. I glanced at Grim, who was lying on his large haunches and licking his paws. Perfect. That will give me time to tell Grim all the details. At the mention of his name, my intelligent partner lifted his head and gazed into my eyes with a serious demeanor. Although I did see his tail wiggle and almost wag. Speak of, Floretta added, almost hesitant. I swiveled my head to look at her. Dad's told me it's time for Grim's checkup. Can you stop by there after our town errands today? Floretta's dad was a veterinarian, our own personal doctor as well as a trusted friend. Grim was not fully understanding human language, knew more words than the average dog to piece together dad and checkup. His ears drooped in a pathetic way as he glanced at the woman. I chuckled. Here we go. No problem, I answered. Look, I know I'm a good boy, but please tell me I don't need a shot, Graham complained. We were in the sitting room, lounging on the love seat. It was a good thing I was so small because he took up practically the whole thing. Floretta was tidying up the kitchen after one big meal and told us to vamos out of her way, so I wasted no time stripping off my human form and getting comfortable for a bit before we ventured into town. I purred a little to place at the dog's uneasiness. You wrestle werewolves into submission, but a little needle poke scares you? Grim blew out a breath through his black, wet nose. I was born to wrestle werewolves. Needles? Not so much. Sorry, partner. I can't tell you one way or another. It's up to Lila, not me, whether you are due or not. A tiny poke is better than a life-threatening disease, right? Grim groaned in response, dropping his head and trying to hide his face with a paw. And then he shot back up, perking his ears a bit, adding, But I can't get fleas. What makes you all so sure I can contract regular dog diseases? It was true. Fleas hated Grim. I chalked it up to the small amount of magic running in his veins. Magic must be a natural flea deterrent. I wasn't complaining either, because fleas hated me just as much. Still, fleas are easy to see. Microbites are not. Just suck it up and it will be over. Better to be safe than sorry, right? Before we go, can I tell you about the new job? Sure. What is it this time? It's a little out of our wheelhouse, I began, and thought back to the dowser which I had already memorized. I rattled it off to Grim. Wanted alive or incapacitated. Boy burglar, name, unknown, age, under 18, magic, unknown, distinguishing features, dark hair of either black or brown color, thin build, last seen in Char Grove, crimes, theft of large amount of food from locals, both stores and private. Theft of clothing from Cargrove. Assault of Henry Whitman of Chargrove. Reward $800. Payable by Constable Fletcher of Nobby Hill Corrections. Not much, and yet they usually don't bother the bounties for small stuff, Graham observed. That's why I'm interested. We're going to town today, and then we'll leave right thing in the morning. That will give you enough time to recover from your checkup. Graham groaned. It was the tail end of summer in Vinland, and in our little patch of the Arcachon region, that meant delightfully warm days against the intermediate cloud cover. We were reaching the end of the dry time, and the almost incessant rain would be starting within a month. 2 or 3 were lucky because we locals never took glorious days for granted. The 3 of us decided to walk to town instead of hitching Humbert back up. Oops. Sorry. I spent so much of my time as a human with this last job that I decided to do the bulk of the trek as a cat. The warm sun felt wonderful on my white fur, with my 2 dark spots on my head soaking up the rays even more. I felt a little sorry for Grim, as he must have been quite hot in his shaggy black fur. He was accustomed to his permanent coat, however, and the only sign of this comfiture he displayed was a bit of light panting as he walked. Floretta didn't mind that I chose my cat form. She simply enjoyed the animal company on the walk. Occasionally, she would speak to us about something that crossed her mind. I could understand human speech in my true form, but I did have to concentrate more on the words than I otherwise would as a human. Grim only caught the gist, so he often asked me to translate for him if something didn't make sense. Soon enough, we came close enough to town that it became urgent for me to be in my human guise. I ran off into the ditch, just in case, and came back on 2 legs. We continued our casual stroll until we reached the edge of town, at which point Floretta parted ways, promising to meet us back at the cottage after our visit to her father. Nobby Hill wasn't a large town by anyone's measure, but it was substantial for what it was. It also boasted a state-of-the-art courthouse, which made it the unofficial head for criminal investigation in Tenuka County. Many of the neighboring towns came here to post their boundaries and to judge and prosecute many of the bigger trials, even if the crimes committed were far away. Give me 1 second. Alright, we're going to try this tea. So hold on. Okay. Oh my. Give me. Hold on. That's some interesting tasting tea. Hold on. Oh. Okay, so. Sorry. It has like a weird, like, spice to it or something. It's so weird. I can't determine if I like it or not. If you never had this tea, I don't know if I would recommend it, to be honest. I mean, it's not bad, but it's definitely interesting. I can't even explain it. It has like a spice taste or something. I don't know. Hopefully it helps. I don't know. If not, we'll have to try something else. Okay. Let's continue. The stately white courthouse featured an expansive lawn out front, lush, green, and meticulously maintained. On nice days like this, it was a beacon for those of the town that were searching for a little sun and relaxation. The lawn also contained the town notice board. It was stuck to one side instead of in the middle, so as not to mar the view of the regional building behind it. The board was rather long and double-sided. One side was for general posting, lost pets, items for sale, upcoming events in Nobby Hill. This was the side that faced the street and got the most attention. I wanted to scope out the other side. That section was strictly for posting pertaining to the courthouse and the law in general. In other words, it held all of the bounties that were available. My bread and honey. Bounty hunters like myself thrived off the dark side of the notice board, although sometimes the bounties were slim pickings. Most of the time there was a glut of options to choose from. Today, it was somewhere in between. I scanned the various papers, giving each bounty a brief once-over. Most were small things. Some were just for questioning a mark. Those didn't provide much of a bounty, but would at least pay for a meal or two if we were in dire financial straits. Many times, the supernatural bounties were the best to take because they tend to have a more dangerous quality to them, and therefore needed an extra bonus for most bounty hunters to risk it. Those were naturally the cases I gravitated to, seeing as how both myself and my partner were considered supernatural. But alas, none graced the board today. As a matter of fact, the bounty I already held in my hand was the highest paying one. That concerned me a bit because it would automatically make it more appealing to fellow hunters, and competition wasn't my goal. Clashes with other hunters was something I had to put up with a lot. However, seeing as how Nobby Hill not only contained the region's courthouse, but it was also the home of the Northwest Bounty Hunters Guild. I was a member of said guild, but only because I had to be in order to be a bounty hunter. The laws in our region made it clear that rogue hunters were not eligible for the bounties. I surmised this was the guild's way of making more money, since dues were owed annually. As it was, I felt enormously uncomfortable stepping by the lodge, as some members rented out rooms and chose to lounge there between jobs. It was a boys' club, for sure, as I was the sole female member. My guildmates made sure to make me feel welcome on my first day by leaving a dead mouse in my mail cubby. It was meant to freak me out with the hopes I would quit. The joke was on them, though. I picked it up and took it with me back to Floretta's and had a nice little meal in the privacy of her backyard as a cat. It was delicious. The Guild Lodge just happened to be located across the street from the message board. which was convenient for any hunter passing by. Yes, competition could be fierce. As if to drive the point home, I sensed someone approaching me from behind. I spun and turned to hide the paper in my hand, but I wasn't quick enough. The man towered over me, all brawn. He was in his mid-30s and had a slightly raised scar on his left cheek. He smiled as he met my eyes, but it was the look of a bully who was about to get some pleasure belittling someone smaller, like me. Well, it's baby bounty hunter. Still in one piece, I see, he said cheerfully as he gave me a quick once-over. Here's the thing about my chosen profession. There were a lot of jerks in it. Big, muscled, testosterone-ridden jerks. Most of them were older than me, had been doing this for longer, and, last but not least, could pee standing up. That made me younger, smaller, and female. The burnt of many of their jokes, despite the fact that I had more than proven my capabilities over the last year. And so, the responsibility fell to me to make sure my fellow hunters didn't get complacent with their, I'm probably going to mispronounce this, misogynistic views. And above all, that their views weren't justified by any impetude on my part. It was often exhausting, but then again, I clearly relished a good challenge. I plastered on a smile, the one that showed way too much teeth. Why, Alan, hello. Still avoiding showers, I smell. What brings you here? Alan guffawed. I think that's how. I had to give it to him. He wasn't the worst man out there in terms of bullying. He may have liked to flick verbal crap at me, but I could tell that deep down he held a nugget of respect for me. I couldn't say the same for many of the others. It also helped that he rarely crossed paths while out in the field. Alan liked to stick to the more mundane ever since he tangled with a rather nasty specimen of a rogue shifter, hence the scar he sported. I rarely viewed him as strict competition. Alan answered my question with an exaggerated wink. Why, this is where I pick up all the pretty lady hunters, naturally. Well, that was different. My desire to banter suddenly fled as I grappled with a surge of discomfort. I waved my bounty paper like a tiny white flag in front of me. Well, good luck with that. I need to get inside to ask about this one. Alan scrunched his eyes to try to read the moving paper. He puzzled out a hint and found it on the board, tearing a copy off for himself. He narrowed his eyes as he read the description. Finally, he met my gaze on the top of his page. This one, huh? He mused aloud. Too far for me, but just a heads up. I saw St. Cloud grab this one too, just an hour ago. I groaned. Out of all the bounty hunters out there, Gavin St. Cloud was the one I liked least of all. He and I almost always clashed over bounties. And he was good. He was also a jerk. If you want to go after this one too, you might want to get a move on. Gavin plans to head out tomorrow, I think. Alan added with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Thanks for the warning, I replied, frowning a bit at him. Why was he being so nice to me? Alan smiled again, a real smile, without the cruelty. Anytime, baby bee. Listen,
if you have a few to spare, maybe you and I could go get a drink at Lucky's Pub. Huh? Was he asking me out for a drink? This was entirely too weird. As nice as he was being, I had no interest in doing anything remotely social with him. I was taken off guard and my uneasiness increased. Thanks, but no, I don't drink, I finally replied. It wasn't a lie either. I never touched the stuff in my life. Alcohol smelled repugnant to me in my cat form. Not much better while human. I'd rather stick to water, or I was feeling lively, a little bit of dairy. Alan stepped forward, encroaching on my personal bubble bit. Oh, come on. I thought that was a nice tip I just gave you. Surely you could see it in your heart to have one little drink with me. Okay, now I was getting annoyed. I was about to tell him that I didn't owe him anything and to leave me alone, but a loud growl answered for me. Grim, who had been lounging on the sunny side of the board during this time, had clearly sensed my discomfort and stalked to my side like a silent yet vengeful shadow. Give me 1 second. Alright. Sorry, I had to get a drink of tea. Of interesting tasting tea. Alright. It's not great tea. It's really weird. So, I don't know if it's really helping though either. Like, I'm already kind of starting to feel in my throat. So, alright, let's continue. Alright, Alan instantly backed up a step. Or, maybe not, he replied with a nervous undertone. Next time, perhaps. Stay safe out there, baby bee. He walked away. I waited until Alan was gone from my line of sight and then let out a breath. Ferris fur balls, I muttered. I swiveled around to pet Grim's head. Good timing, partner, I told him. He tried to lick my hand. Let's go get this over with. Satisfied that there were no other bounties we wanted, the two of us approached the courthouse. Inside the grand front doors, a guard approached. Since I was a regular to the bounty office, we recognized one another. Miss Curtin, welcome. Sorry. That's a dude. That's a dude. Nice dinosaur. Is it dancing? That's funny. Okay. I really hope to be able to unlock the emotes here soon, but I don't know. We'll have to see. All right. Miss Curtin, welcome. He granted me with a professional, honest smile. Hey, Frankie, I greeted back. I bent over to remove the only weapon I ever carried. It was a knife, about 6 inches in length, that I kept in a special pocket in my right boot. After the incident with Amos Frost, Floretta got a little concerned for my safety, even with my new giant dog partner. In order to let me continue this line of work, she insisted on me carrying some sort of protection. Guns gave me the heebie-jeebies, so the knife was a compromise. It was just an ordinary knife, though. Floretta had it enchanted. All I had to do was make the tiniest cut on my foe. The knife would react to the blood on it. Hold on. The knife would react to the blood on it, and the next wield would be a fatal blow to the owner of said blood. The enchantment would only last for one enemy before it would wear off. It was always my last resort. I called it Hail Mary. Straightening back up, I slipped Hail Mary out of my boot and placed it on the table next to me without being asked. Then I held my arms out to my sides and widened my feet a bit. I stared straight ahead and asked Frankie, "Who's working? Who's working the office today?" Frankie waved a small crystal orb over the front of me and then over Graham's back. It stayed a clear color, which was the favorable outcome. In the presence of a dangerous weapon, magical or physical, the orb would have darkened to a soot black. Hail Mary would have set it off in a heartbeat if I hadn't removed it from my person. Frankie straightened, satisfied with the results of his weapon check, and shot me another smile. "It's Angie today," he said, with a tiny shrug. Whoops. He picked up Hail Mary and tucked it in a cubby behind him for safekeeping. Well, it could be worse. I waved my hand in farewell as I took the left hallway and went through the door that said Bounty Office in bold letters. The office reminded me of a small bank lobby with wood paneling coming up halfway and the rest of the workers' area ensconced by delicate metal bars. Much like a large bird cage, sat the noisiest canary of them all. "Why, Miss Curtin," Angie Burton gleefully called out. "What a pleasant surprise! I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. Whatever can I do for you today, hun?" Angie, bless her, was a talker. That woman could pack in more words per square inch than anybody else I have come across. I usually left the office with a mild twitch after being in her presence for 5 minutes. But she had a heart of gold and a soft spot for me as well. Given that I was the only female hunter in the area, and as Angie liked to say, we woman folk have to look out for each other. I approached her cage with a forced smile. "Hi, Angie," I greeted with less enthusiasm than she had shown me. I slid the wanted sheet into the paper with narrow slot at the bottom of the cage. "What can you tell me about this one?" Angie took the paper from me and studied it. Her blonde ringlets fell forward into her round face as she bent her head. She blew one of them to the side rather ineffectively as it bounced right back. Her forehead creased. Angie turned to her left to grab a key from a hook by the door that gave her access to the hall. She bent down to insert the key into the filing cabinet that lay directly underneath the hook. I had seen her do this before to access files on the bounties that were posted here in Nobby Hill. Sure enough, she rummaged through the open cabinet until she came across a folder and pulled it out. It took a moment to pursue the file. It's an odd one," she began, somewhat slowly paced for her. "All I have on it is it came in 2 days ago from a private source, not directly from Chargrove. An independent is footing the bill on this one, but through us instead of hiring privately like they normally do. Once the criminal is apprehended, a trial will be held here.
But we also have to send a telegraph to the independent source over the criminal and source once the criminal is detained here. I imagine the wrong Chargrovers will have to come here to testify. I'm not sure why they aren't keeping to their own jurisdiction, though it's a little fishy to me. I got it. Not my place to say anything, of course. But but it's a strange way to go about it, if you ask me. All this for a little petty theft. Don't forget the bulging, I pointed out. Well, yes, I suppose that's a bit more serious, but it's not like anyone was murdered or anything. If knocking someone over the head was a serious offense, I would think most of the pubs in this country would have serious troubles. She laughed quietly and took a breath. But anyways, if you want this one, be quick about it. We haven't had too much interest in it, but enough. Particularly from a certain somebody. Angie rolled her eyes theoretically and then winked at me. She knew about my personal nemesis. Yes, so I've been told already. I rolled my eyes as well. Any other bits you could tell me? Angie opened her mouth, but was interrupted by her office door opening. She instead clamped her lips shut as she looked at the interloper. It was the head bounty clerk, a stern, upright woman by the name of Miss Clark. While Angie adored me, Miss Clark clearly felt the opposite. She was so unfriendly that after more than a year of meeting her, I still didn't know what her first name was. I had done nothing to peeve this woman, but the older clerk simply did not like me and used her words and body language to prove it. Miss Curtin? She practically barked. How many times must I tell you to keep that dog outside? Oh yes, her dislike of me also extended to Grim. I was also fairly certain Miss Clark was the only human alive that intimidated my partner. His ears drooped at her tone. At least once more? I hazarded with a shaky smile to prove I was trying to lighten the dismissal mood Miss Clark had brought with her. Miss Clark was not amused, however. I looked at Grim and walked back to the hallway, motioning for him to wait outside when I opened the door. He instantly complied. As I took care of the problem, Miss Clark had begun to berate Angie over some minor infraction. I tried not to eavesdrop. Yes, Miss Clark, Angie replied, her tone meek and shoulders hunched, satisfied that her indomitable will was still being enforced. Miss Clark nodded her graying head, glanced at me with poorly hidden disdain, and marched back out of the door, clicking it nearly shut. Angie let out a small breath and looked chagrined. She sheepishly glanced my way. Sorry about that, she remused, forcing her usually cheerful demeanor back into her words. Where were we? The Chargrove case. Anything else you could tell me? Angie snapped the folder shut, as if Miss Clark could see through the walls. Sorry, hun, no. The rest is confidential. Sympathy laced her voice. Angie had probably already given me more tidbits than she was supposed to. Her mouth sometimes worked harder against her work protocol like that. Her mouth sometimes worked against her work protocol like that. If I had got to Miss Clark from the get-go, I would have gotten much, much less. Still, there were things about this case that simply were not adding up, and more clues would have been
Most welcome. I tipped my head at Angie all the same, with a smile on my lips. Thanks for your time, Angie, I cheerfully called out as I turned to leave. Any time, dear, was her exuberant reply. Alright, give me 1 second again. Alright, I think I'm going to try to do another chapter. So we'll see. Are there any thoughts on this chapter so far? Miss Clark seems awful, to be honest. I don't think I would be a fan working with Miss Clark. But the one lady, she seems really nice. I think I would be like her. I would get in trouble for talking all the time. Angie. Because I have a tendency to talk a lot, and it's gotten me in trouble sometimes, so I definitely like Angie. Alright. I mean, we're still kind of early in the story, so yeah. Yep. Okay, so just a side thing, I actually know a few people who could probably relate to the main character. I've met a few people that, like, that's how it is in their job, is like they're the only females and stuff. They said it's not easy, so I bet that's how she feels, you know? So so yeah. So anyways, oh, sorry for the yawn there. Alright. Well, we're gonna go to chapter 7 because I don't think it's very long. So, the numbers on here is kind of like messed up, so I really can't tell. But I have an estimation. A lot of times when I get things from authors like books, you know, or they show up as like documents, and so then the numbers on the page numbers are all out of whack and stuff. So okay, well, let's continue then. Okay, I don't know if the tea's helping, but I'm going to say it is. Check. Okay. I just needed to check real quick. Alright. Whoops. Dr. Lila Williams, just Lila, to Lyle. Dr. Lyle Williams, just Lyle to his friends, was Feretta's father closest neighbor on Rabbit Hole Road. He owned a small farm that was situated to the right side of the woodland, only half a mile outside of Knobby Hill, the last major stop on the way out of town.
Lyle was the local veterinarian. He saw to the health of Knobby Hill plants, pets, and livestock, from cats and dogs to cows and horses. And instead of renting a space within the town limits, Lyle had the room to hold his practice on his own property. He also did house calls on a regular basis. On his farm, there was a small herd of 3 sheep, 1 milking cow, a couple of horses, and a large flock of chickens. But only 2 people called it home, Lyle and his housekeeper. Lyle, or Dr. Williams to his clients, was well known and well liked by the community. His housekeeper, however, was a bit of a mystery. No one from town had ever met her, and she wasn't from the surrounding areas. Nobody even knew what her name was. I imagine that tongues wagged a bit when she first appeared, especially since she never spoke to anybody, and she was only ever seen through the windows of the house and never in town. But she was no mystery to me. She was my mother. Belinda Curtin was an aging calico tabby cat who was now living the good life. After she left my father, who I've never met, and produced me, she decided human life was too complex to keep up with. We were basically feral while I was a kitten. After meeting Floretta and Lyle, I convinced her to retire in a little more comfort. She was a stubborn one, but I eventually won out. Lyle and Belinda's agreement was that she could live in the barn rent-free on 2 conditions. 1, Mom had to keep the barn free of rodents. And 2, once a week she had to become a human and give the house a good once-over. The rest of the time, she could be a lazy barn cat and nap in the sun to her heart's content. It was a good deal, considering that Lyle didn't need a constant companion, and my mom was more than happy to while away her time in isolation. Although on occasion she would go up to Lyle if he was in the barn to demand a little petting, Lyle always complied with a smile on his face. This afternoon I found my mother lounging outside of the house on the porch swing. At 14 years of age, she was starting to show some feline maturity, and napping and lounging were her 2 favorite hobbies. As I stepped onto the porch in my human form, she opened one eye in a slit. Into a slit before noting my presence and closing it again. I rolled my eyes at the lackluster greeting before knocking on the door. At this, she let out a little chirrup in my direction. Grim, by my side as usual. Chuffed back. I waited another second to see if anyone would answer my knock before I transformed and jumped onto the swing's other cushion. Lyle's outback. Wait. Who? Sorry, hold on. I think I got confused here. Lyle's out back in the clinic. He told me to tell you to find him. And I missed you too, Mom. Yes, it was another successful job. Thanks for asking. Graham snickered. Mom ignored him, which is what she did about 90% of the time. She was of the mind that cats are superior to dogs. She instead stretched theoretically before settling into a sitting position, regarding me with half-closed green eyes. Hello, Cressida, child of mine. Tell me, please, are you of sound mind? Was the world stayed safe from the coddles of the world? Oh, sarcasm. 2 could play that game. Yes, mother dear. Graham and I triumph over evil yet another day. She leaned in and started grooming my ear, a rusty purr coming to life in her throat. I am glad you are well, Chris, she murmured in a more motherly fashion, although you know how I feel about your line of work. That's all. Yes, I did know. Mom made it abundantly clear that she thought of my job, of what she thought of my job. I believe I once heard her describe it as Cressida playing the hero and saving the world one villain at a time, with the dog. Personally, my entire existence hinged on keeping a great evil out of this world, and her existence too, because nothing bad had ever happened on her watch, or the watch of any of our lineage. Come to think of it, Mom had developed a complacent attitude towards the whole prophecy thing, but not one to get into an argument with my mother. At least not half the time. I dropped the subject. Anything new here? I asked her. Let's see. Not much. Although I did see that Lyle got a shipment of brand new, super sharp hydromic needles. She glanced in Grimm's direction. He gave a theoretical shake of his body and stalked off, muttering something about evil cats. It's just as well I couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, given that he was making derogatory remarks not only about my mother, but my species. Still, I chuckled. You are terrible, Mom, I chided. She gave the feline equivalent of a shrug. I licked her forehead affectionately. I better help my partner get through his exam. Behave yourself, Mom. I jumped down from the swing and resumed my second form, waving at my mother, who was already getting comfortable for another nap. I turned and started for the back of the house in the direction Grimm went. Give me 1 second. All right. Sit, Grimm, Lyle commanded. Grimm sat dutifully. Shake. Grimm extended his paw for Lyle to hold. Other paw, Grimm. Grimm extended his other paw for inspection. Say, aw. Grimm opened his mouth wide. This routine always tickled Lyle pink. He grinned as he inspected Grimm's teeth. I wish all my patients were this compliant, he said to me. I had stayed in my human form to more easily communicate with Lyle. The veterinarian continued his exam with the very accommodating canine, running his hands down flanks, lifting his tail, and palpating his abdomen. Finally, Lyle stood up. For a large, intact male approaching the age of 7, he is in excellent shape, Lyle praised. Grimm wagged his tail hesitantly, liking the positive tone of his doctor, but unaware what might come next. But 7 is still considered young for lichen hounds. Oh, sorry. But 7 is still considered young for lichen hounds, I argued. Lyle nodded in agreement as his eyes continued assessing Grimm. That's it. Which goes against every other dog breed I know. Usually the bigger the dog, the shorter the lifespan. That is accurate. Side note. That is very accurate. So, we have a dog, and like I did some research before we got our dog on dogs and stuff, and like little dogs like live up to like 20 years, and then like my dog, who's like a big dog, he only lives 10, or like that's the average for his breed and stuff. But yeah, the bigger the dogs are, like unfortunately the lifespan is like shorter. So I fake coughed into my fist and let out a quick magic. The veterinarian grinned at me. I know. I'm a Monday. And so are most animals. Magic isn't something I encounter a whole lot in this line of work. He surveyed the two of us, adding, present company excluded. I grinned. Graham's tail gave another half-hearted wag. Clearly, he was still a tad uneasy. I hardly think of you as a Monday, Lyle, I told the older man. The term referred to people with no magical skills. It was slang for mundane. After all, look at your daughter. He smiled and shook his head. I can't take any credit for her skills. That was all her mother. At that, he went silent, perhaps thinking of his wife, who, as I've been told, left Lyle and Floretta years ago and never returned. I couldn't help but feel that I had inadvertently stumbled upon a sore subject. The silence became a tad awkward. Lyle shook off his short air of melancholy, however, and changed the subject with slight inelegance. No shot today, he told the big dog directly, soothing both of us a grin. Grim immediately lost all apprehension and jumped up and turned a quick circle, looking more like a puppy than a regal Lycanhound. No, and shot were definitely a part of his vocabulary. Thanks, Doc, I said. He waved a hand dismissively and started picking up his instruments. Lyle's clinic was an outbuilding that had been retrofitted to care for his smaller patients and his clients chose to travel to him. Graham, weighing in at nearly 150 pounds, barely qualified as a smaller patient. How is my other favorite patient doing today? He asked me with a friendly wink. Floretta's father was the only other human to know that I was more than what I seemed. Although, like his daughter, I let him assume I was just a shapeshifter and nothing else out of the ordinary. When Floretta had first brought me to his home, I wanted to keep everything from him. But Lyle was no dummy and knew immediately there was something more to me than meets the eye. He patched me up, and he'd been my trusted doctor ever since. Little break. Okay. Lyle was a solitude-built black man in his late 50s, with a bit of a paunch and receding hairline. What hair he had left was unruly curls, just like his daughter's, although his was salt and pepper instead of brown, and kept trimmed short. He was only slightly taller than Floretta. His daughter must have taken after her mother more in looks, for the only thing that seemed to have gotten from her father, besides the hair, was his kind eyes, although his were a shade darker than hers. I waved one hand in dismissing gesture, a smile gracing my lips. Just fine, doctor, I bantered. How's life for you? He rubbed his goatee chin. Well, I'm fine, he mused, but just between you and me, Your mother has been awfully persnickety. More so than usual, I mean. He let out a chuckle before sobbing again. I don't suppose you could see what was wrong with her, would you? She won't even shift most of the time to chat with me. I rolled my eyes. Mother's. Sure, Lyle. I'll do that right now. Are you sure Grim doesn't need a shot? I shimmered down as Lyle let out a large laugh. As I ran down towards the house, Grim yelled at me, That was a low blow, furball. Chuckling to myself, I reached the porch in no time and came to a sudden halt in front of my still recumbent mother. I jumped up and stared at her. Okay, Mother, what's the deal? Lyle said you weren't talking to him. Hello again, Cressida. Back for more? I wouldn't let her sway me. Spill. She stretched out a front leg, claws, blood, and then tucked it back under and glared at me through heavily lit eyes. Cressida, how old am I? The question had caught me off guard. 14, right? And how old are you? I am 2, Mom. And how much longer must I wait to see my only daughter finally settle down and pass the torch? Oh, sweet Farah, help me. My eyes flattened. Not this again, Mom. She hadn't blinked this entire time. Now she did slowly. You asked what was bothering me. Mom, I was looking, Cressida, actually looking for my mate for years. I was 7 when I met your father. I had heard all of this 1,000 times. Yes, my mother didn't find her true love until she was 7 years old. His name was Roger Curtin, and he was an accountant. Not exactly thrilling, I know. Anyways, they got married and tried to start a family, but after a few years of trying, with no results, Mom began to wonder if perhaps she had married the wrong man. Keep in mind that there must be true love between the couple for the magic to grant a child. Before I was even conceived, she had written a letter to my dad explaining that she could no longer be with him, etc., and placed it somewhere within easy access of a cat. Finally, after 5 years of marriage, Mom found out that she could no longer shift back to human, which could mean only one thing. She retrieved the letter and placed it in Dad's desk and left her home forever, never to look back. I was born shortly after that, out in the woods in that abandoned barn. Mom, I stated, my voice firm, I am younger than you at this age because I spend a lot of time as a human. I have loads of time to find the one. I want to do something in this world before I settle down. He's out there, I'm sure, but I have plenty of time to find him. I jumped down, ignoring the angry stare and flattened ears my mother was throwing at me, and ending this rancid discussion. Now, be nice to Lyle. He just wants to help you. I'm heading back to Floretta's. I'm off to save the world again, first thing in the morning. I stormed off like a petulant kitten, rushing down the driveway to the road before my mom could get another word in edgewise. I was out of sight of Lyle's homestead before I heard familiar toenails clicking on the road at a fast pace behind me. Chris? Hold up, Graham called out, his mouth open in a wide pant. I slowed to a walk with Graham while Graham caught up. She is without a doubt the most irritating animal on the face of the planet, I fumed out loud. Hold on. Yeah, my voice is starting to go. It's going. Alright. Mirth rolled off Grim. Where did mirth come from? Okay, I think I'm a little confused. Okay, okay, maybe this. Okay, I think. Okay. Mirth rolled off Grim. So, in other words, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree? I glared at him. Oh, it's a him. My bad. My ears flattening. Cats are good at glaring. He just stared right back. You want a claw in the eye? Maybe then Lyle will have to give you a shot. My threat did not faze the big dog. Instead, he went into play. I'm confused. Okay. He went into play position, rump up, front legs splaying down low, mouth open but no teeth on display. You have to catch me first, he declared before tearing off down the road, kicking up little pebbles with his speed like a giant puppy. I sighed and started running after him. I didn't push myself, knowing there was no way I'll catch up to the beast. Before long, I had reached Floretta's house. Grim lounged at the foot of the front door, tongue lolling to the side as he panted heavy. I won. I just stared with fake contempt. You cheated, dog brains. Furball. Stink muffin. Stink muffin? Are you just making up insults now? Grim's tongue went back in his mouth as he sat up and shook his coat. Looks that way, I snarked. I transformed into a human before Grim could say any more. Ha! Looks like I got the last word. Grim growled at me, but it was his playful growl. I patted his head affectionately as I passed by to open the front door. He swiveled his head to lick my wrist and followed me inside, jumping on the sofa to lounge. I found Floretta in her workroom, a tiny room off the kitchen. I imagine it served as a pantry before Floretta came to live here. The walls were lined with every herb imaginable, dried or in the process of drying. At approximately 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, there was enough space for Floretta's work table and a chair, which sat at the back of the room. There was no windows in here, so Floretta had an electric lamp on the table with the brightest bulb possible, powered by limited free energy. The work table was always a bit of a mess, with papers piled haphazardly in one corner, various glass vials, and stacked books towards the back, and used tea and coffee mugs strewn about. There was always a perch near the back for Rupert, and although he always went outside to defecate, A few loose ebony feathers always found their way to the table surface and added to the mess. Floretta referred to her space as organized chaos. That sounds like my desk. She was in the middle of grinding up something in her heavy marble mortar. Her back turned to me and her hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. I leaned in the doorway and rapped the knuckles soft on the frame. Knock, knock. Hey, Cressida. Be a dear and hand me the funnel, will you? It hangs on the wall to your right. Floretta didn't even look up. I located the funnel and placed it on her table next to her. Floretta, was your mother annoying? I asked her without preamble. She let out a low laugh. She left us when I was young, so I don't remember if she's annoying or not, she replied. Whoops. I had forgotten that detail of Floretta's past. I hope it wasn't a sore subject. Based on her reaction, it didn't seem to be. Oh. Since she didn't have any competition about leaving her family, though, my guess is that yes, she would have been annoying. Why do you ask? What did Belinda say to you? She turned in her seat to look at me, a small smile gracing her kind face. How anyone could have left this woman as a child was beyond me. I marveled at the amazing job Lyle had done as a single father to raise such a caring soul. The usual, I responded with a sigh. Mom wants to know why, as an adult, barely out of childhood, I might be interested in being single and living my life on my own terms rather than immediately setting out to find my perfect mate. I see. I mean, look at you. Here you are, older than me, at 31 and still single. It's not like you are rushing all over Gaia's green world trying to find a man. I swear I saw her face fall just a bit just before she swiveled back around to focus on her table. Her hair, while held back in a loose ponytail, still fluffed up enough to hide her face from view. Well, that's a little different. Uh-oh. I felt like I had inserted a paw into my mouth. What makes it different? I asked softly. In a quiet voice she answered, because this is a small town, and nobody is here for me here. And I don't have the chance to get out and see the world like you do. So, it looks like the single life it is for me. That doesn't mean you'll be single forever. If it's fated to be, Mr. Wright will find you. Still hiding behind her hair, she chuckled sadly. I wish I had your optimism. She turned around to look at me, determination etched in her face. But listen, enough about me. Be kind to your mother. She just wants what she feels is best for you. Just because what you feel is right for your life and what she feels is right don't match up doesn't mean one of you is wrong. You both are vastly different people with vastly different views on the world. The bottom line is that she loves you no matter what. Don't go out on another job being mad at your mother because you never know what the future will bring. Floretta had a way of putting things into perspective. I wanted to stay mad at my mom, like a moody kitten, but my friend had a point. Feeling properly chastised, I nodded at her wisdom. Wow, Floretta, you're absolutely right. While I'm gone, can you tell her that I love her? I really do. Floretta stood and gave me a quick squeeze. Of course, Cress. It's amazing what a full night's rest can do for a body. Grim and I slept on the spare bed, as we always did, starting an early bedtime of 8 o'clock in the evening. By the time 4 in the morning rolled around, we were both refreshed and ready to tackle another job. I spent a good half hour grooming myself thoroughly, since I didn't always have the opportunity on the road. I ablutions. I think that's how you say it. Some of these words I actually looked up to try to pronounce, but once again, I'll probably forget. So ablutions, I believe is how you say it. Finished. All that was left to do was eat a quick breakfast and hitch up Humbert. We had already packed supplies, mostly extra food in case we were successful, and if our quarry needed to eat the night before. We were ready to roll by 5, just as the sky was turning from deep purple to rosy pink. Floretta held a cup of coffee in her hands as she sleepily shuffled out into the yard in her robe. She gave me another smile as I rechecked Humbert's gear one last time. "Stay safe out there," Floretta said by way of goodbye. I headed to the back of the wagon to open it, since Grim had informed me earlier that he wished to ride for a while. The lazy dog. Floretta followed behind me, waiting for my response. As Grim jumped up, I turned to her. "Of course. You know how I am. Impetuous. With no sense of personal safety?" Floretta laughed while I shut the wagon door and glared at her, before cracking up and smiling along with her mirth. I climbed up into the seat, grabbing the reins. "This will be a walk in the park. I'll see you in a couple days," I told her. Waving, I flicked the reins at Humbert, who clomped into motion, leaving Floretta... Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Hold on. So, my cat is about to make a whole bunch of noise. So that's why I'm saying just hold on. Okay. I think we're good. Alright. Sorry. Who clomped into motion, leaving Floretta behind in her yard waving back at me. I was used to turning Humbert left out of the yard that I had to... I was so used to turning Humbert left out of the yard that I had to stop and purposely think what I was doing. But turn to right we did, and soon enough Humbert was plodding along at a steady pace, as the sun peeked over the horizon and started the day in earnest. I had only ever come this way with Graham on foot, and when even then ventured on this road for about half a mile or so, I knew the right side held grassland, and the left was young, deciduous woodland, because often we did a little hunting in this area when we had a day off. The monotony of the scenery, along with the rhythmic clomp of horse hooves, lulled me into a state of mild torpor for the first few miles. But soon enough, as the cooler morning air gave way to cloudless, sunny skies, the grassland to the right changed into the same forest as the left. After another hour, the grass was swamped up completely by the thickening forest. Rabbit Hole Road also ceased to be, turning into a dirt path just barely wide enough for the wagon. It was obviously disused much of the time. Although there were some signs of activity near the more rutted areas, my senses sharpened back up as Humbert carefully navigated the pockmarked path. At noontime, the road grew even worse. Up until this moment, we had been able to skirt around the larger potholes, but the road was especially narrow in this area. Despite urging Humbert carefully, the wagon lurched to a sudden halt. I swear under my breath, requesting the horse to hang tight, I hopped down for the seat to investigate. There was a prickly feeling on the back of my neck as I walked to the rear of the wagon, but my human side told me to ignore it. After all, I was in the middle of nowhere, so what could it be? I assumed it was just me getting squirrely, considering I had been human for about 7 hours at this point. Already I had felt my eyes getting itchy and my skin starting to ache. I would just go see what the problem was and perhaps take a little breath as a cat to unwind before continuing on. Just as I thought, when I rounded the back of the wagon, I could see the wheel was trapped in a very deep rut. A good push to the back while Humber carefully pulled would do the trick. I put my right hand on the door latch to see if Graham could help. "Don't move," shouted a voice behind me. I obligated, my hand stealing on the door handle, my left making sure it could be seen by my unknown assailant. So much for being alone out here. I mentally kicked myself for allowing my human side to be so complacent. "Turn around." Again, I obligated. "Slowly," the voice hissed. I turned halfway, enough to see the owner of the voice. A tall, skinny, middle-aged man with shaggy blonde hair, a scraggly beard, and a very obvious hygiene deficiency. His clothes looked like they hadn't seen a washer, nor any body of water. Ever. Although he stood about 6 feet away from me, the breeze wafted a smell of putrid body odor in my direction. He held a long dagger in his hand. It had undeniably seen cleaner days. Some days I cursed my petite frame and non-threatening features. After all, it led to... Sorry, hold on, I lost my spot. It led to a lot of my fellow hunters not taking me seriously. But other times, it was a bonus. For instance, at this moment, I observed the man from my frozen position through slightly down-turned eyelashes. I wanted very much for him to not view me as a threat. He must have liked what he saw, for his craggy face broke out in a smile, showcasing discernible gaps in his heavily stained teeth. He moved toward a seemingly dominant predator until he was right in front of me. The knife, now inches from my body, was covered in rust and dried blood. I'm unharmed," I said meekly, shying away from the man. I tried to look as helpless and non-threatening as I could. I took a quick glance at my surroundings to see if he was alone. Chances were high he did not operate solo. The highwayman grinned lewdly, and I was up close and personal with his lack of full set of chompers. Well, what do we have here?" he breathed on me. I tried to hold my breath at his halitosis hit me in the face. "It's dangerous for a pretty girl to be out here alone. I've heard there's bandits about." A guffaw from the left side of the path gave away the location of a second man. I risked a quick glance in the direction, keeping the mask of fear on my face. As I did, a burly individual, just as dirty as skinny, came out from behind a tree. He, too, held a dagger in his meaty ham hock. He gave my body a once-over and smiled vacaciously. I held my gorge. "So, 2 guys, no pistol or arrows, dirty blades." Ever, the actress, asked him timidly, "What are you going to do to me?" Skinny grinned again and scratched his head with his free hand. Well, we'll have some fun, but first we're going to relieve you of all your worldly possessions. Knudsen," he yelled at Burley. Keep an eye on her while I check the wagon." "Can do," Knudsen replied in a lazy manner as he lumbered closer to me. That's when the fun started, but probably not in a way these bozos had envisioned. As Skinny started to turn the handle... Whoops. Oh, crap. Hold on. Okay. I stepped away from the wagon towards Burley, who was not expecting his victim to approach him at such a rapid rate. The minute the handle turned, the wagon doors exploded outward as a large, black, flying projectile launched itself directly at Skinny. As Graham landed on Skinny's chest, I whipped downwards, jabbed Burley in the groin with my pointy elbow, and plucked the dagger out of his hand. I prodded up and beat behind him. As his face turned red and his knees began to buckle, I jabbed the point between his shoulders blades just enough to let him know it was there. I glanced over at my partner, who was snarling into Skinny's face, flecks of spittle flying into the man's mouth every time he opened it to scream, which was at least every 2 seconds. I noted that the second dagger had flown out of the bandit's hands the moment the massive dog had hit him in the chest. In the meantime, Knudsen was groaning, but otherwise doing an excellent job of staying still. "Wow, guys, that was fun," I called out. "Now, how about we get into the back of my wagon? I know that's where you want it to be anyway." Rounding them up was easy. Nobody expects the pretty girl to be their doom. Give me 1 second. Chargrove, once upon a time, was a bustling community built around a small gold claim that paid big for about 100 years. Once the gold mine dried up about 50 years ago, so did much of the town. Now, it either took a special breed of courage or stupidity to live a full life there. It wasn't quite a ghost town, but the existing Chargrovers were few and far between. They made for a tight-knit community that looked out for each other no matter what. The town was shaped like a U, with the main road coming in at the top and a small back road bifurcating the shape at the very bottom. A genuine well sat in the very middle, surrounded by the saddest patch of grass I had ever seen. All the buildings looked the same, ancient wooden structures with no signs to details what might lay inside. There were plenty of town folks around, although as my wagon rattled into the heart of the dying town, I saw more than a few people scurrying inside the nearest doorway, like cockroaches escaping light. The braver individuals simply stopped whatever they were doing and stared, their disbelief at my otherness boring into me. I stopped in front of an elderly lady who glared up at me. "Pardon me, ma'am," I said as politely as I could. "Would you direct me to the sheriff's station?" The old woman did not take her eyes off mine, as if I'll transform into a monster and devour her if she did. But she pointed one gnarled finger to the opposite side of the U. I thanked her graciously and led Humber to the sheriff's station, which apparently doubled as his house, judging by the multiple children running in and out of the door. Two of the smaller ones stopped to watch, their little noses running freely. I hid my disgust as best as I could. Poor personal hygiene was a sore spot for me. As Humbert rolled to a top, I reached into a vest pocket for my watch. 3 o'clock, almost on the dot. It had taken me 10 hours to get here, and I mentally patted myself on the back for the speedy travel. I surmised that taking the known road to Chargrove would add at least 5 hours, more likely 8 to that travel time. Still, I felt the clock ticking. If I was going to beat the other hunters to the reward, I needed to be quick. Grim was in the back of the wagon, making sure my new friends were behaving themselves. Leaving them to stew for a little while longer, I walked boldly through the door by myself and stopped to survey my surroundings. An aging man, his bald pate gleaming in the sunlight streaming through the window, sat at a desk positioned directly in front of me. He did not look up from his work, but kept scribbling away on a piece of paper. He had a fringe of dusty hair that bobbed in the air as he wrote. Watching this partial halo of hair dance on the air was almost mesmerizing. The station was dead, except for the pencil scratching. "Helen, what's—" he started to say, but cut himself off at the sight of me. His eyes grew larger, and I thought his mouth might open to make a little O of surprise. But he quickly straightened and neutralized his face, minus the mine of outsider distrust that everyone I had encountered here so far had perfected. "Can I help you?" There was an old wooden chair placed by his desk. I crossed over to it and sat down without being asked. "Sir, I am Cressida Curtin, and I am a professional bounty hunter." As I began my spiel, his eyes immediately glazed over. I'm sure every Tom, Dick, and Harry who arrived out of the blue was a so-called professional bounty hunter. I could barely blame his obvious dismissal. Whoops. "What is this about, Miss Curtin?" he drawled at me, his cadence barely making cadence barely making the words into a question. He had gone back to perusing his paperwork, not even giving me his full attention. "I recently obtained information about a wanted individual last seen in these parts. I was hoping to work with you to find said person." He practically rolled his eyes as he glanced my way. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but there is a reason my office didn't post a bounty in the first place. We really don't want to be bothered by such trivial matters. You should take it up with the station that put up the bounty. Good day." Just like that, I was dismissed. I didn't move, however. I was under the impression that your job was to serve and protect your community. I assumed that helping a hunter to track down a potentially dangerous criminal would fall under that category, no matter how trivial his crimes may seem. As it stands, I have already apprehended 2 such criminals on my journey here. Given the location of their arrest, I'm most certain they fall under your jurisdiction. But seeing as how you don't really care about the safety of those town folks, I'll set them loose. Sorry to have bothered you." I stalked out before he could reply. He did not directly follow me out, as I had predicted he wouldn't. By this time, my presence had attracted a small crowd, which I assumed to be the majority of the townfolk. They had closed in tightly around my wagon, so I had to shove my way through. Once I got to the back of the wagon, I unlocked it and opened the doors. Grim stood at the opening, blocking the goons from view with his large body. The townspeople murmured amongst themselves at the sight of my partner. But then, from within, came the wild voice of Skinny. "Help us! She's trying to kill us!" If the collective gasps of the town hadn't done it, the sudden ravings of Skinny would hopefully be enough for the sheriff to leave his nest and see what was happening. Predictably, the sheriff did burst out of his station and push through the crowd towards me, metaphorically blood in his eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" he bellowed at me, getting close enough for me to smell his breath, which had the sour odor of an empty stomach. I flinched, almost precipitately. Sorry, yeah, that one I butchered. To breathe some fresh air. Once my lungs had been fortified, I turned towards his wrath and smiled politely. These two men waylaid me on the back road. On a section that is, I lifted my voice to a higher pitch. Technically part of Chargrove property. Their intention was to rob me, at the very least. I eyed Skinny, squinting my eyes at him in scrutiny, and I believe rape and even possibly murder might have also been on their minds. I faced the sheriff again. Wide-eyed, he squinted in the darkness of the wagon. But sir, now that you've so blatantly told me that your position on these matters, I was just about to let them go. Grim? Now, let's not be hasty, he sputtered the lawman. During my little speech, his eyes had adjusted to the inner gloom enough to see the two criminals. Turning back to me with an approved disposition, he said, "These two have been a thorn in this community for some time. Young lady, let's get them safely behind bars so that we could discuss the matter of the bounty you needed information on." "Sir, you are too kind," I replied. The crowd had started to back away, but still stay close, watching the entertainment unfold. A little name-dropping wouldn't hurt. As I said, Cressida Curtin at your service. The man tipped his bald head in my direction. His fringe danced merrily in the breeze. "Jeremiah Boggs, Sheriff of Chargrove, at your service." Service with a smile, at least. Good. Give me a minute. Alright, here we go. Well, how far? I can't remember how long this chapter is. Okay. Sheriff Boggs sat me down once the two bandits were tucked away. Grim came along because I never left him out of a discussion, even if he didn't fully understand every word. The sheriff initially balked at having the dog with me, but I made it clear it was happening with or without his approval, and Grim's yellow-eyed stare said he was not to be trifled with. So here I was, back in the wooden desk chair across from the sheriff while Grim sat at my side. There was a sandwich on the desk, which I was reasonably sure that appeared since my last visit to the inside of the station. Egg salad, by the smell. I noticed Grim's nose twitch appreciatively, and I tried not to do the same. Sheriff Boggs glanced at it, almost embarrassedly. The misuses. She always brings me dinner. The missus. She always brings
my dinner about this time," he explained. I nodded. "This won't take long. What information do you have? Can you point me in the direction to investigate?" Boggs took another peek at his sandwich. I could have told him just to eat the damn thing, but I was still a little rankled by my earlier treatment. He sighed before answering. "It was all petty little stuff up until a week ago. Annoying, but not worth our time, really. Sometimes vagabonds came through here and steal a little food from our community. They never stayed long, and the amount of the stuff they take isn't worth an investigation." He took his focus from his sandwich to look me in the eye. "That changed last week when Henry got the stuff knocked out of him." "That would be Henry Wicktaker?" I hazarded, trying to remember the details of the rap sheet. "Whitman. He owns a farm on the outskirts of Chargrove. He's an old-timer." Boggs chuckled to himself, adding, "I guess we're all old-timers to be living here. But Henry's family had been here before Chargrove was even founded." The sheriff opened a folder on his desk, one that he had pulled from a file before he had sat down for his chat. "Said he went to milk his cow first thing, sat down at the stool, and got pummeled from behind. A real kerfuffle. Poor Henry didn't even get a good chance to see his attacker, except at the end when he saw the kid running out of the barn door." "And this kid had black hair?" I asked. Boggs nodded. "Yes, ma'am. According to Henry, anyway. Shaggy black hair with the height and build Henry assumed a teenager." I pursed my lips. "Tell me, Sheriff, if you didn't put this bounty out, who did?" Boggs glanced at his sandwich as if he held all the answers. He shrugged his shoulders. "Honestly, beats me. It wasn't anybody in this area. Some high flaunting guy in a suit drove into town the day after it happened, took a similar statement from me as I just gave you, and left. He said his client had been wronged by the same mystery person, and they were collecting evidence to build a case for a bounty. I gave him my 2 cents about not bothering, as Henry turned out to be fine and all, but this man basically told me to mind my own business." He scratched his fringe. "I've been sheriff of Chargrove going on 30 years. Weirdest encounter I've had to date." Indeed. Well, Mr. Whitman's farm seems as good a place to start my search as any." I tapped my chin thoughtfully. Grim huffed softly, causing both myself and Boggs to stare at him. Although our expressions were vastly different, I nodded decisively at my partner before leveling my head as the man opposite me. "Might you give me the address to Mr. Whitman's farm?" I asked, my tone sweet. The sheriff was still watching Grim with a huge air of trepidation. He finally managed to move his head away from the beast to meet my eye. "Of course," he replied unsteadily. He got out a scrap piece of paper and scribbled on it with the pencil from earlier. Then he handed it to me. "Just take the south road from the square. Follow that until the road forks. Take the left fork. Can't miss it." I glanced at the paper and stuffed it in my breast pocket. "One last question," I added. "Have you talked to any other bounty hunter about this particular case?" Boggs shook his head. "You are the first and only, and hopefully the last, God willing." I internally breathed a sigh of relief. I had officially beaten my competition. So far, anyway. Standing, I thrust out my hand. Boggs hesitated, but took it before the pause became insulting. "Sheriff, I appreciate your help. My wish is to not come back to bother you any time soon," I said with polite sincerity. He smiled. "Young lady, that is my wish too. I know I said the meeting with the well-dressed man was my weirdest encounter, but being interviewed by a girl and her giant dog might just top that. It must be my lucky week. He smiled. Good luck to you. All right. Let's do a little break here. And then let me see about going on to chapter 9. So that didn't last as long as I thought it would. So that's good. Okay. Okay, I might be able to continue. I know. Okay, so I've been posting my videos on YouTube, but after chapter 9 they won't be posted. The author doesn't want the rest of the book, but so just out of respect of her and her work and stuff, that's what we're going to do. So all right. So let's see. Let's move on. All right, we're going to try chapter 9. So hopefully get situated here. Oh, hold on. She's so loud. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, she's just super loud, and whatnot, and I know my mic will pick it up. And I can't really move her or anything, cause okay, so side thing, we have 4 cats, but one cat was like picking on this cat that's in this room with me, and so I can't move her because the other cat will pick on her again. So yeah, she's just kind of stuck here with me. All right, moving forward. Chapter 9. The farmhouse in front of me may have once been white, but was now more of a dirty beige, and the front door's paint had flaked off nearly everywhere. The sagging porch was littered with various liquor bottles, all empty.
There were no welcome mat to speak of, literally or figuratively. I had followed Sheriff Boggs' instructions to the letter, so I sure hoped this was the right place, seeing as there wasn't any other farms in this direction. I knocked on the door and waited. Hold on. Yeah? What do you want? This rather rude greeting was issued at me through a peephole of the closed door. I assumed the bloodshot blue eye staring at me belonged to the man I needed to talk to, Henry Whitman. I suppose I should have been grateful that there wasn't a shotgun pointed at me. All things considered, Mr. Whitman, I ventured, I am on the trail of the criminal who assaulted you. Can I take a few moments of your time? The eyeball stared at me for just a moment longer before disappearing as the peephole closed. I worried for a moment that the man attached to the eye had ignored my request until I heard the scraping sound of a lock disengaging. The door opened with a protesting squeak as another scrape of paint flaked off and drifted to the ground. What do you need? Henry Whitman grunted. He wore a undershirt that must have been white at some point, but he had succumbed to the same dinginess that the house suffered from. His stained dungarees were unbuttoned, I noticed. Whitman had quite the impressive gut carried by legs that looked too skinny for his body. What remained of his hair was light and flowy and fell down into his eyes. He did not seem to notice. At his spoken words, the heady aroma of booze and onions rolled off him in attacking waves. I did my best to react to the stench. Not breathing too deeply, I said, "My name is Cressida Curtin. I'm a bounty hunter. This is Grim." I added with a head jerk to my partner on the right side. Whitman glanced at him and then back at me, unfazed. Not a typical reaction, but I continued. "I understand that you were attacked in your barn. Is that correct?" Another grunt, which I interpreted as yes. I forged on. "May we see the barn?" Whitman eyed me for a second, as if debating whether I was worth his time. He picked at something in his teeth before answering. "Come on." He stepped off his porch and sauntered towards the largest outbuilding on the property. We followed. The path of the barn took us by what was once a generously sized vegetable garden enclosed by a rustic fence made of sticks. As with everything else on this property, the garden was poorly maintained. In fact, as I walked single file behind Whitman, I could see that nearly everything within was practically dead from lack of water. Everything, that is, but the plants that were immediately next to the fence bordering our path. I noted peas, beans, and some sort of squash alive with vibrant lushness, a stark contrast to the rest of the dying plants. Whitman must have only been able to water what was easiest to reach. An odd choice, but, judging from the 2 minutes of knowing him, certainly not out of character. We came to a halt outside the dilapidated barn, pushing the odd garden design out of my mind. I turned my attention back to our host. Taking a key out of his pocket, he unlocked the massive barn door and held it open for us. Graham sauntered in first, looking relaxed, but I could tell he was alert. Mr. Whitman gestured for me to enter. I scanned the area, knowing full well that he could easily lock us in the barn if he wanted to, but that was just how my mind worked. Cats tend to be suspicious in nature. Shaking off the trepidation, I walked inside the musty barn. It smelled of cow dung, mold, and old hay. I suppressed the urge to sneeze. To my relief, the farmer did not lock us in, but followed up the rear, leaving the door wide open for a bit of fresh air. He walked over to the milking stall against one wall. This is where it happened, he muttered. 1 minute I was sitting ready to milk Veronica, and then wham! He mimed before hit on the back of the head. I was out for a solid minute. When I came to, the weasel was running out the door. Almost missed him. And he matched the descriptions of the other robberies? I asked. Whitman shrugged and then nodded. Black hair, like raven's wings, was really all I could see. But the way he run, gangly-like, he was a youngster. And Veronica is your cow? No, she's my wife. Whitman deadpanned to me. He gave me a second of utter confusion before adding, Of course she's my cow. What dumb question is that? I ignored that jab. Is your cow in the barn right now? She might have been a witness to the scene, and I thought it would be helpful to talk to her. Whitman stared at me with a quizzical frown forming on his otherwise inscrutable face. No, he said slowly, she ain't. She's free roaming this time of day. I shrugged, trying not to look like I had a screw loose. Just trying to get a picture formed, no worries. Whitman just kept staring, making me a tad nervous. Graham also stared at me, but not in the crazy person way. He really needed to talk, I could tell. I did some quick thinking. Thank you, Mr. Whitman, for your help. Might I have a moment to look around? He said nothing for a beat before shrugging again. Not sure what else you'll find. It's been almost a week. But go for it. I'll be on the porch. Don't steal anything. He turned and lumbered out. The moment he was out of sight, I ran over to a hay bale, hid behind it, and shimmered down. I ran back to Graham. What did you find? I asked. Graham grimaced. That human has problems. What, the boy? How can you tell? No, not the boy. The farmer. He smells like he's 2 days away from dying. Graham half sneezed to purge the scent from his nostril. Cats don't normally roll their eyes, but I picked up a few human traits. Focus, I yelled. I sniffed the air. My curiosity piqued. While my feline nose was no slouch, I didn't have Graham's gift of smells. Graham sniffed the air again. I caught a scent the moment we got on the path to the barn. It's stronger here. Mel, young, dirty, green. Green? I asked. Graham did the canine equivalent of a shrug. Like earth, like living things. Floretta smells green all the time, too. Except when she's just taken a shower. Then she smells of soap. Okay. Not important. Time was getting short. Can you track it? Let me see. Graham lowered his head and made a beeline for the barn exit. As soon as he was outside, he yelled back, I've got it. I think I can figure out which way he went. Excellent. I hastily transformed to human and followed Graham out. He continued down the path, but instead of going straight towards the farmhouse, he turned the corner of the mostly dead garden and made a beeline across an overgrown grassy field towards the road. Grasshoppers flew in a mass exodus from his path as he barreled through the yellow grass. He stopped at the road and yipped at me. The unusually high timbre of his bark a sign that the trail was still present. I nodded and made my way to the house again, stopping short of the porch but within eyesight of Whitman. I did a courtesy head bob. Sir, thank you for your time. We are going to try the road for clues. Are there any other roads or stops in this region that we should investigate? Henry Whitman scowled and rubbed his scraggly chin in thought. If you notice, coming here, there's a road that connects to this one. There's an old abandoned school from Chargrove's heyday out that way. It's haunted to bits though, so nobody in their right mind would go there. Haunted? I asked dubiously. The old man nodded. Yeah, about 50 years ago when the prosperity dried up, those rich folks still kept sending their kids there, even as the town started to die. I was a youngster myself then, but my folks weren't rich, so I stayed on the farm. But then the haunting started and let loose some nasty diseases. Kids and teachers alike started dying, as I recall. He paused to scratch his grizzly chin again as he squinted at the horizon and thought. The folks pulled the rest of the kids, and everybody else left in a hurry. They didn't even bother to remove the stuff from the school or lock the doors. How sad, I commented. Whitman glanced at me as if he had forgotten I was there. Sad nothing, he responded rather harshly. He gave a loud snort to dislodge something from his throat, and then spat to the side away from me. Somebody's messed with things they shouldn't have. This town's had a death mark on it long before that. Those haughty-taughty school people should have seen the signs sooner. He paused again, pursing his lips. No matter now. Could very well be that the school is exactly where a young criminal might go. It'll seem like a safe place if you didn't know the history. Course, he could also be long gone by now, too. Go on. Back the road you came, missy, and take the left fork instead of the right. Ain't nothing else but the school out there. But if you stay on the road, it eventually loops back to town. I gave more thanks for this information and trotted to my wagon. Time was of the essence in cases like these. Plus, if I was being honest with myself, I wanted to put some distance between myself and this creepy farm with its presumably dying man. Pause for a second. Hi, Demon Fox. Thanks for coming. Give me a minute. I'm taking a drink. Alright, we're going to continue. We're on chapter 9, and after this chapter, we're going to continue on another day. So, alright. Graham stayed on foot, his nose to the ground as I followed with the wagon. Sure enough, his remarkable sense of smell led us to the left fork in the road, just as Whitman had predicted. Once off the wider road we had been following, this branch became a bit more swallowed up by the surrounding woods. The oldest trees here were perhaps 70 years old, with plenty of space in between for sprawlings to try to grow. Being late summer, the shade of the big trees felt nice. The sun peeked out pleasantly between the leaves. Hold on. Alright. It was clear that no one ventured this way very often. Once we had traveled into the seclusion of the forest, I pulled Humbert over to the shoulder and hopped down. I got a bucket of water and some carrots from the back of the wagon for the old horse. It had been a long day, and he needed a break. Once he had consumed his refreshments, I turned into my true self. Humbert, Graham and I are going to scout ahead. Are you okay to stay here for a while? Delighted, as always, miss, he replied, ever stoic. Graham snuffled the ground. It's getting stronger, he said. Heart pounding with anticipation, I urged Grim to continue his search, keeping hot on his heels as he made his way down the lane. Presently, we found the old school. It was a relic of a bygone era. 3 stories tall, square, complete with a cupola at the front and a wide stone stairway to the grand, if shabby, double doors that marked the entrance. Oh wait, where did I go? I lost my spot. Okay. Tall, square, complete with a couple at the front and a wide stone stairway to the grand, if shabby, double doors that mark the entrance. Many tall windows faced the front of the building, and the whole thing was covered in a red brick facade. Where once a large yard surrounded the outside of the building, now there was a mess of tall, blooming grass, brambles, and saplings that encroached upon the crumbling building. It would have been a stunning piece of architecture back in its day, but now it was just a sad ghost of itself. Many of the tall windows had been broken, and some of the bricks were tumbled down. We paused at the start of the stone stairs, surveying the school. Do you think it's really haunted? I asked Grim, trying to sound nonchalant. I had filled him in on what Whitman had told me while we walked down the school together, his nose twitched in the air. I don't know. Could be. But then again, sometimes humans are prone to mass hysteria. What if it was just a bad illness and not something supernatural? True. Can you smell ghosts? Graham glanced at me with humor in his eyes. No, he pointed his nose back towards the building, but I can smell our bounty. So he's here. Graham began sniffing the ground, turning in circles. At least up until recently. I do smell activity closer to the door, but it's stronger over this way. He turned and padded off to the right and continued behind the school. I followed. Graham stopped once we got to the edge of the woods, where the sapling gave way to the older trees. I could discern a small path leading deeper into the wilderness. Graham began to follow the path. I stayed put, turning my attention back to the dilapidated school. Why don't you go on ahead? I like to stay and check out the building for clues. He grunted. Fine by me. This trail is fresh, by the way. I'll follow it and let you know where it takes me. I'll meet you back at the school. He ambled away, still following his nose. I once again approached the double front doors, which, as Whitman had said, were not locked. I couldn't budge the heavy doors in cat form. However, sighing, I shimmered up. I had to admit that my human form had some perks, opposable thumbs being one of the biggest. I grasped the tarnished handle and pushed, easing myself into the dark hallway. Oh, sorry. Hold on, sorry. Okay. I'm not going to lie. It was spooky in there. I could almost hear the echoes of children long ago. Either now old, or most likely dead by this time. Whitman's story did not help, either, as I imagined the ghosts of deceased children trailing the halls for eternity. Perhaps they were waiting for unsuspecting people to enter their school, upon which they would grasp the victims in a cold embrace, chanting, "Come be our new playmate, forever and ever." I shivered theoretically. I collected my wits with a stern, eternal talking to and surveyed my surroundings. I stood in what must have been the foyer. Directly in front of me sat a grand staircase to the second floor, complete with a dusty and dingy carpet runner. To the left staircase was what I assumed to be the office. A small sitting area and a fireplace stood to the right of the stairs. Flanking me on both sides were dark hallways. Decisions. Which way to go first? At random, I chose the right-hand corridor and cautiously began walking. It was a spacious hallway at least, with faded green paint above wainscoting on either side. The glancing at the first few doors I came across, I established I had found a classroom wing. The hallway turned a corner, and I continued to follow it. After a couple more classrooms, I came across side-by-side bathrooms, one for boys and another for girls. There was one last doorway at the very end of the hall, another classroom. From the looks of it, the door to this classroom was open. Whoops. Unlike all the other doors I had passed, my innate curiosity began to pester me. I quietly crept up and peeked in. The room was positioned so that upon entrance, the teacher would have stood off to the left of the door in front of the chalkboard, and the students would have sat to the right. A wall of windows faced me from my position in the doorway. The teacher's stately and solid desk took up the far left corner. At the very back of the room, there was a long table filled with beakers and test tubes. There was a human skeleton hanging out, quite literally, in the corner by the chalkboard. I hoped it was a replica and not the real thing. Even with my limited knowledge of human schools, the whole setup screamed science class to me. The desks were shoved into the room haphazardly. I crept forward slowly to investigate. While the majority were completely covered in dust, there were clean spots on certain surfaces, in the shape of fingers, smudges, and handprints. Someone had definitely touched these recently. I glanced towards the window, knowing the line of cabinets underneath them. Plant pots perched on top, some empty, some filled with dirt, and some containing the remains of dead plants. And at the far end of the cabinets, a whole cluster of plants, bright green, happy and healthy, flourished in their pots. Intrigued, I approached this collection of plants. My time with Floretta had helped me get to know my botanical species a little better. I could see that some of these pots held lettuce and spinach, and others contained tomatoes and berry bushes, which bore delicious and robust fruits upon them. I touched the lettuce, marveling at the healthy coloration of the leaf. Thriving plants were not what I had expected to find in an abandoned school. How did they get here? A noise from behind the teacher's desk had me stiffen and turn. If I were my normal self, my fur would be standing on edge. Trying to be brave and not think about ghost children, I inched towards the sound. My arms broke out in goosebumps. I could hear breathing from the corner of the room. "Hello?" I ventured meekly. Something shot out from behind the desk and ran cheetah fast past the chalkboard and out the door. That something was child-sized and definitely corporeal, because it had rattled the skeleton as it ran past. I froze for just a moment, stunned. "Furballs," I muttered to myself as my body unlocked and gave chase. I stopped at the doorway, peering into the darkness of the hallway. I made it just in time to see a door closing with the telltale squeak of unused hinges. Bingo! I took my time walking the hallway, treading softly.
My instincts told me the figure had most likely gone into the girls' bathroom, and sure enough, I could hear labor breathing from within the lavatory once I reached it. I waited a heartbeat. Give me 1 second again. Alrighty, let's continue. Hello? I tried again from outside the bathroom, hoping that this was the only way in and out of the room. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk to you. My name's Cressida. Silence. The labor breathing has ceased. I'm going to come in now. I continue in the friendliest, most non-threatening voice I could muster. I placed my hand on the door and gave it a small push. The door squeaked but gave way easily enough. I peeked in, my senses on alert. Natural light filtered in through large, frosted windows on the far wall for me, a few cracked and one with a sizable hole in the corner. They showed off a grimy yet elegant lavatory down up in shades of white and mint green. This bathroom must have been at the height of modernity at the time of its creation. A row of wash sinks lined the wall immediately to my left. Stalls lined the opposite with a very small alcove directly to my right. I almost didn't see the girl because the door initially blocked my view. She was hunkered down in the corner, knees drawn up to her chest with her arms hugging her body. I let myself in so she could get a good look at me. I wanted to appear harmless. This girl obviously was. I was bad at guessing the age of humans because I aged so differently, but I would have put her at around 12 years of age. She wore simple clothes, layers of shirts, a smock, and leggings, all of it filthy. Her hair was chestnut colored and long. Were it not for the natural, sleek nature of it, I'm sure rats could have moved in a fortnight. Her face was rounded with a petite nose, and she was covered in grimy smudges. The dirtiness of her countenance made her hazel eyes stand out, shining with fear. She stiffened as I entered. I held up my hands. No, I soothed. It's okay. I want to make sure you are all right. Can I help you? She didn't move at first, but as I inched towards her, she seemed to lose a little of her fear. I held out my hand to her. She stared at it in apprehension and then reached out to grasp it. Standing, she was just a few inches shorter than me. She said nothing, but still stared with wide eyes. Hello, I tried in a friendlier tone. I'm Cressida. What are you doing here? The girl asked. Her voice seemed fearless, a direct contrast to her body language. Honestly, the question threw me off guard. Verbally stumbling, I thought frantically. Honesty seemed to be the best policy, but maybe I could focus on getting her out of here instead of having an odd conversation in the bathroom. What was the best route? I realized I didn't have any experience with kids. I began to slowly turn her towards the door. As I said, I'm Cressida. I'm investigating a criminal in these parts, and his last known whereabouts were near this school. So I was checking out the building. I didn't expect to run across a girl like you. The girl had been amiable about moving as I spoke, but now she put the brakes on and spun to me. Criminal? She asked, cautious again. I tried again to usher her towards the door. She was not budging, and she was in front of me. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned the criminal. Clearly she was afraid of any potentially dangerous activity. Perhaps she had even already had a run-in with him. Yes, I explained. Have you seen somewhere around here? Black hair, young. Are you in trouble? She stared at me with stony expression. Ever so slowly, the blank face turned to one of pure rage. My skin prickled. Obviously, I had said the wrong thing. I frantically thought over possible damage control option. Criminal? She repeated with high-pitched venom. No, I'm not in trouble. But you are. At those words, this sweet little girl began to grow. Her limbs became longer, her muscles expanded, and hair sprouted all over her body. Within 2 seconds, I was staring at the biggest, ugliest werewolf I had ever seen, and it was blocking the only exit.